My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com.
This is Criminal Summoning. The Ontario Police Department, that is Union Pacific, is audible activity. And this is ongoing in directed light. This is the entity repeatedly patrolling via the Ontario police who are driving up and down the streets, sounding their sirens repeatedly. This is it's 4:01 a.m. The entity is repeating this conduct. This is a show of hostility. It's demonic, it's terrorism, and it is also the pattern of conduct that's underway. It's 4:02 a.m. at the Ontario Museum of History. And Art, as you hear the audible activity of a train, that's impossible audible activity. It's called amplification, and you also hear what was the use of volume increasing as I'm noting the name of Union Pacific. That's attributed to that actor, that commercial actor. This is P.O.C. The people of the state are monitoring. That's Estes Trucking. They are monitoring, and that is the Ontario Police repeatedly patrolling up and down the street, sounding sirens. That's the demon-possessed agency of the Ontario Police Department. It is currently 4:02 a.m. This is P.O.C. It is Saturday, March 12th, 2022. It's currently 8:20 a.m. Getting up, the place of origin being the Ontario Museum of History and Arts at 225 South Euclid Avenue in Ontario. That's exactly where what is the light source, that's not the actual sun, remains planted directly over me. Directed light, that is engineered light, surrounds around the property and on the grounds. And the demons, including 6R41121, engaging in what is group stalking, crossing path. And doing so while demonstrating their demon possession. Directed light coexists with that crossing path. 6YOE351, 8SXD415. Driving in the engineered light, driving in the shade, and directed light manifesting. These are demons that are stalking in the path. And they're monitoring with communication devices. This is, I'm at the intersection of Holt and Euclid Avenue. And the fake sun, the light source, moves north, keeping in alignment with me as it does all day long. Wherever it is that I go. And this is where it's at right now, the same intersection where it's present at 1:34 p.m. when I'm not at the Open Public Library. And Impossibility, 8YUR269, 6BFC979, 5238A, I can't even see that one, 8XRL804, 8U98702, 01941G3. And these demons cross path while directed light fans out from their vehicles while they drive by me. 7ZRM679, that's a demon. Manifesting light, impossible light activity. License 7XDB777. License 5BIS761. 66312B3. And while they manifest light, they demonstrate not only the fact that this is the demon-possessed population, they do so also under what is the fake sun. That is your identification of what is the demon-possessed population. Those under the fake sun are of that condition. And that is as absolute as any scientific formula that you want to reference, that you trust. Those scientific formulas are not addressing, first of all, what is a scientific impossibility, a fake sun. And that is verifiable through what you can witness with your own eyes. And also, not only when you're looking at my documentation, wherever it is that you are, you also know that that's not the sun that's over you. It's not maintaining omnipresence, ubiquitous presence everywhere, that we're all going at the same time, maintaining central presence over everyone's head. That's not the sun. And that's not the definition of the sun. It's not the conduct of the sun. That's not the sun that is described or defined to you with regard to these narratives, such as these theories, for global warming and climate change, right? That's not speaking of a light source, a sun that's omnipresent, maintaining central presence over everyone's head at the same time. 7PQB374. And it's also not referencing what is engineered light, because that's what these demons are in. 8K97206, 1404991. You have what is the entity engaging in what is surveillance. While they are monitoring with communication devices, demonstrating that demon possession, driving by underneath engineered light, which is intentional conduct. It's a stalker, maintaining presence in that environment that surrounds you. A stalker that engages in what is demonstrating demon possession with directed light fanning out around you while they're crossing your path. A stalker. License 8YKG909. You have what is the entity engaging in what is monitoring with the government and on behalf of the government. And it's a satanic targeting system. It is in violation of existing federal law. Federal law addresses what is monitoring, criminal surveillance, 55072B2, criminal surveillance, and doing so in manners that are inherently threatening, serving to intimidate or harass or injure one. I'm referencing Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. This is what the government is doing with the people of the state. 5DRR 865, 8CO1730. It is inherently threatening to engage in what is, first of all, demonic, which you understand what demonic is when you are under what is not an actual sun. Okay, that is, first of all, it should be, because that's what it was so weird. 5UNU340, I had to document it, okay? And not only that, you're talking about what is going to disrupt everything that you understand with regard to what you know, with what you thought you were under the impression of with regard to the environment that's around you. All right, the sky, the sun, the moon, the earth, the weather, and how all of that works. That's terrorizing in and of itself. Okay, and it's serving ongoing monitoring by a specific population, a demon-possessed population, doing it with a government. This is the government's surveillance system. Okay, doing it, engaging in interstate stalking via the very people of the state. That is terrorism. A whole bunch of freaks that are spitting out light while they're stalking you. 5VOZ637 included. That's terrorism. All right, a bunch of weirdos. Weirdo is not sufficient. All right. But like I said, 8RFA775, demon possessed is exactly what they are, but weirdo is not sufficient. There are not words that are able to articulate 7F24021 what is the level of disturbance of a people that would engage in this conduct and that demonstrate the character and engage in the activity that the demon possessed do. 6UEB234. And again, you're talking about what is demon possession. This is of Satan. All right, so there you go. License 5726482. You have what is the entity engaging in what is interstate stalking via law enforcement. 4KAB274, 6MFR611. That in and of itself is inherently terrorizing. All right, and so let me be clear. These are all of the elements of terrorism that the government is actively and ceaselessly engaging in. While, first of all, based on the nature of the crime, they are monitoring you, they're placing you under surveillance. So the entity is aware of the fact that you know, anyway, in other words, you are no longer ignorant of the fact that an entire population that the government is placing you under surveillance, which is what is the entity's claim, the entity's aim to place you under surveillance, and that you remain ignorant of it. Once you become aware of it, you're aware of it, cognizant of it, you become a threat. This is when you get caught up in what are kidnappings, ongoing, more aggressive harassment, which you are subject to before you even know that you're subject to surveillance. You just think perhaps you're just unlucky in life in general, right? No, you're subject to surveillance, and you're surrounded by demons that you work with, demons that you live with, demons that you're going to church with, demons that you are dating, demons that you're hanging out with socially, demons that you are surrounded with out in public. And you are unaware of the fact that this is the same entity that's surrounding you, and you're subject to what is ongoing harassment by an entity that is placing you under surveillance and doing it on behalf of a government. This is the demon-possessed population, okay? So I want to be clear, the entity engaging in what is the P.O.C. in all the ways that I'm mentioning via the people of the state, via law enforcement, this is terrorism in and of itself, and it's absolutely demented. And that exceeds the language of existing federal law under Title 18. Okay, the entity is engaging in this conduct with the vehicle 1014, that's a demon, monitoring and crossing path pacing with this demon 3994501. They're going in opposite directions. That's the pacing conduct and doing it in direct light. While they're listening to me prosecute them under existing federal law and S.I.I.S, which I will be prosecuting, and Ontario police are going to federal prison. So like I said, the entity engaging in this conduct, and that exceeds the existing legislation that addresses interstate stalking, which this entity is engaging in, 8 NUF 530. H&M McCoy monitoring with Ontario Police 9288283, I believe. Hinkles and McCoy also engaged in monitoring on June 18, 2021, when this entity engaged in kidnapping. Everything that the entity does and uses the particular actors while it does it, again, while it's a way that you're documenting, that's how they engage in communicating threats. And that's exactly what you will also use to prosecute them. License 8NWL292. So the entity engaging in this conduct, I want to be clear, is that which is terrorism, and all of these methods employed by a demon-possessed entity is relevant to what is terrorism, exceeding the language of Title 18. It is not meant to merely harass and intimidate or injure. The entity has done all of the above. The entity will engage in what is all of the above under Title 18 when you're monitoring by a people and through the government. The government's placing you, criminally placing you under surveillance and doing it with the people of the state. All right, and so you're talking about what is that which is exceeding that language, and this is why Title 18 is a starting point. You need to understand this is what the entity is engaged in. It's called interstate stalking. They're monitoring with communication devices. All right, and it is the demon-possessed population. It is exclusive. The government is engaging in this through those who are of that same identical condition. And you are learning about that condition, and you need to understand that there are no exceptions to it. None. And you are also aware of that condition as it is evidenced by the very environment that they're in and the conduct that they engage in, okay? The demons that are 8YBL579, 4XOX328, 12008D2, 8EGX004, Ontario Police, as I just recited their vehicle number, the same environment, the same demonic conduct, the same demonstration of demon possession, okay? An ongoing terrorizing threat, 6SDP695. 8ELT029, and the demon-possessed of the Ontario Police Department, group stalking under the fake sun, group stalking under directed light, group stalking while of that position of being in law enforcement, group stalking at 4 o'clock in the morning, those psychopaths driving around in engineered light, amplified audible activity, just sounding their sirens. Okay, you need to get that picture in your mind because that's a dangerous psychopath, a pack of them going up and down the street just sounding sirens. Okay, that's what happens when you have what are demons having access to being in positions they have no business in, having access to what are law enforcement vehicles, emergency vehicles. So that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they've been doing for years. I've been documenting it. There's no question about what's wrong with them and what they're doing. 8EKW186. And you're talking about what is federal prison while they engage in openly threatening you and stalking and monitoring, driving under the fake sun and in direct light while they're listening to you document them. That's the grounds of federal prison for law enforcement, that part of the demon-possessed population. And that's exactly what law enforcement does. That's the P.O.C. All right, so I want to be clear. It's currently 8:31 a.m. and the fake sun remains here and by here I mean at the intersection of what is 150 East Hope Boulevard, the San Bernardino County Public Health Clinics. It is a government building. The fake sun is on the essentially the right side of the building in the morning. And as I remain in Ontario, near this location, all the entities does is keep it on the right side of the building. That's exactly what I showed you on last Sunday, which is an impossibility. Alrighty, let me get this. Alrighty, license plate 7GJT408, 7MAV676, 8UWE274, 8LSB 240, I believe, capturing video of what is the criminal conduct of the people of the state acting via a commercial actor writer who is engaging in what is a specific form of harassment while monitoring with the Ontario Police, the people of the state in general. This is how the demon-possessed entity expresses what is hostility, which is an impermissible threat while you are placing one under surveillance with the government and you're monitoring that documentation, 6VXW826. So you have, for example, as I'm documenting the demons that are the Ontario Police Department, let me be clear, the Ontario Police Department engaging in what are acts of kidnapping, theft of property, and ongoing harassment, all right, and attempted kidnapping. That's what criminal summoning is about. The entity engages in what is stalking, and that's exactly what you're doing, sitting at the farmer's market under the fake sun and in direct light. You're stalking, and you are communicating that hostility in concert and on behalf of the people, by the way, by doing so. This is the significance of what is a third party, such as Ryder. engaging in what is, that's criminal summoning the Ontario Fire Department. The entity engaging in what is, and I'm going to document these third parties over here because that's why they're engaging in criminal summoning. These demons in the parking lot of 150 hold are monitoring. The entity engaging in what is showing such hostility while they are stalking in plain sight, that's the P.O.C. That's the significance of engaging in what is presence and doing so in a specific environment. You are stalking, and you are doing so with the entity while you are communicating that threat by virtue of engagement in the elements. All right, so the entity does this via law enforcement who have engaged in a pattern of kidnapping. This is third party 8V57292. This demon hurrying up, pulling out a lawnmower so we can create audible activity. The Ontario Fire Department creating ongoing sirens. Doing so under the fake sun as I walk through the parking lot. Pay attention to that, okay? TLC Commercial Maintenance, Landscape Services, license number 891984. All right, following with the use of sirens, those are the demons of the Ontario Fire Department. All right, the same ones you saw at 1258, directed light flashing underneath that fire department vehicle. That's not occurring when you're driving by in the street, just like you saw in the video that I just captured right now. They are demons monitoring together. Engaging in what is criminal summoning, that is a demon in misuse of what is an emergency vehicle in order to monitor. And doing so as I start walking down the corner, walking down through the parking lot. 6DLJ747. And that's what, that's the same fire department, the demons that you hear sounding the sirens. They do so the moment I start walking through the parking lot. That's what they're doing, following with audible activity. And that same knowledge they maintain while they are crossing paths with Ontario Police, crossing path with Ryder. And so this is what I'm speaking to is the hostility that is the impermissible threat while an entity is monitoring your documentation and intending to engage in what is a method of what is harassment and intimidation. All right, while they are using one that is engaged in that perpetual sex offense, molesting you, and monitoring your documentation, and then after engaging in that act of hostility and violation of your person, repeatedly doing so as you are enforcing your rights, the fact that you will prosecute them, that's what Ryder represents, that's what the Ontario Police represent. In addition to the fact that they're demons that are wearing law enforcement uniforms, and the demons that you hear in the background, the fire department, who are stalking and monitoring. Okay, that's a whole other level. So I want to document this right now. It's 8:39 a.m. I'm going to show you something. All right, license plate 8N78500, license 8YTE604, 5XML332. And they're monitoring at the BNG Plaza where Ontario Police is engaging in surveillance at the parking garage, which is generally used by what is the minions of 150 East Holt. This is where the OPD is maintaining surveillance while you hear the sirens of the fire department. They're following me as I'm following me with noise as I'm walking through the parking lot of 150 East Holt. And I show you in video the demon that is crossing path at transit where you see directed light. You see that vehicle, that's a demon who I capture in video right now. He's engaged in surveillance at the parking garage, driving at the sitting at the top of it. He drives down directed light all around on the building while he does so. Absolutely impossible light activity and under what is not the sun. The fake sun is over me. This is surveillance, and that's a demon. 87233Z1, license 6KDD902, and that's a demon that's monitoring. It is indiscriminate with regard to that demon possession. You're talking about what is criminal conduct and that prosecution for each type of demon. Demons of law enforcement agencies, demons that are the people of the state engaging in facilitation mutually, okay? License 7GTU206. The people engaging in what is a battery and assault and battery by an entity engaged in federal stalking. This minion that you hear using the weed whacker, 7GTU206, is monitoring with law enforcement while law enforcement is hiding in the parking garage area, sitting at the top of it. This minion with license plate 7GTU206 is group stalking at the intersection of Transit and Plum under the fake sun, which I showed you a picture of. 8COS860, they're engaged in what is an assault and battery as an entity together. The minion that is using a weed whacker is engaging in what is audible activity creation and doing so continuing while I am standing there. Which is exceeding what is the caution you're supposed to use when somebody is standing around and you're using a weed whacker. All right, so you're talking about what is engaging in what is the reality of what the situation is first of all, it's activity creation, and second of all, this is the demon that's hostile, doesn't want me to document them. So you engage in an assault and battery. Okay, it's an assault and battery by an entity. That's an Asian male. I took a picture. He's got a long sleeve gray shirt on. He's on the back street of what is transit monitoring with OPD, who is maintaining surveillance, sitting at the parking garage area. And I captured several images. That's assault and battery by identity, including the Ontario police who are group stalking. And you're going to document. All right, they're the ones that are stalking and engaging in that pattern of conduct. You don't have any place of belonging. The government has no business being present for you, and that's speaking to what is understanding that system of surveillance. That is grounds touching, engaging in any methods of intimidation. You're talking about what is federal prison. That is the government that's touching in any way while they're monitoring you. 5XML332. That's P.O.C, and that demon is not focused on weed whacking. He's focused on maintaining activity. That's why engineered light is around. And again, that's attributed to what is Motor Inn, the landscaping company. They're in the parking lot. They're engaged in their business maintaining noise. And I captured what is follow-up video. You see where that demon driving the Ontario police vehicle went to, engaging in surveillance. They maintain relevant positioning while I stand at the intersection of Holt and Euclid. They're maintaining presence there. And then I go back to show you what is the fake sun, 8SMX797, to show you what is the fake sun as I move away from that intersection. And you're looking at what is the fake sun that's no longer what is positioned, as I've shown you before, on what is the intersection of the 3-star janitorial. Right there, pay attention to the video, because you'll see it's not the fake sun at any of those times. But I'm also showing you get down to the very details. Pay attention to where the entity places this fake sun. It's relative to where I am, and the entity is not consistent. It is no way the sun whatsoever. Not only based on what is patently impossible with regards to the maintenance of the sun, it's over this same building at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And that's just what I showed on Sunday. If I would have came back at 4 o'clock, it would have been on the same street. Okay, so you're talking about what is showing a series of hours, 7 o'clock in the morning till 1:34 in the afternoon, not the sun. Same address, okay? 7DLJ747. The entity is engaging in what is stalking with a fake sun, directed light, and you're also paying attention to what is the placement, which is inconsistent. This is why you document, because you're able to see every single minor detail and understand what the entity is doing, understand the conduct of the demon-possessed population and that environment that they are in. It's very specific, all right? And this is literally providing what is a tutorial for understanding what's going on in the United States, and it is entirely demonic. It's the conduct of Satan. It's the presence of Satan. It is not the natural environment as we know it, as we have been told about, as we understand it, all right, as we thought we were surrounded by, because I know I'm part of that same mindset, but this is a matter of documentation, and I'm publishing it for your own knowledge, and also you're witnessing me prosecute. I'm literally prosecuting the Satan, because this is Satan's work. This is minions that are serving Satan, and the fact that you are serving Satan in and of itself is not enough. You're talking about what is really not one's business, but you're talking about the criminal conduct and your condition while you're engaging in that criminal conduct. It's relevant to the ways in which you're engaging in that criminal activity and the impact that it is causing with regard to your violation of the constitutional and human rights of another. It is terrorism, and it is because of the fact of your condition, demon possession, and it's a government that's practicing satanic tactics. All right, it's a government that is, let me be clear, the demon possession of law enforcement is directly relevant. You need to know their condition. That is speaking to their the level of unfitness that they maintain, the criminal activity, the danger that they pose while they are of that condition. Okay, 7SEJ702, 8B. Say it. Sorry, hold on. 8BBN816. So that is directly relevant with regard to what is this demonic system. And so this is my remaining in Ontario. It's 8:52 a.m. Here go the Ontario Fire Department. Those are the demons, license 133-5269, crossing path as they wait for me to arrive at the intersection of Lemon and Holt, like the classic stalking conduct, crossing path under the fake sun. And that's exactly what they were doing, sounding sirens as I walk toward the parking lot, engaging in stalking. And you have the Ontario police at the opposite end, stalking at a red light. Okay, so it is currently 8:53 a.m. and the entity is keeping the fake sun in Ontario. That is, again, where I am already, as this is the surrounding of documentation and showing what is a demon-possessed population, those demons that fill a fire truck, and they're stalking, using those resources, and all they're doing is stalking. They're engaged in what is surveillance, and that is entirely demented, okay? That is entirely twisted, and it is really, really disturbing. Capturing images of Ontario PD group stalking, vehicle 1888A, that's 1888A, and directed light on that vehicle of Ontario PD, while the other third party that's in the lane closest to me is crossing path. That's as though, again, that same conduct, ricocheting light. Those are demons they're monitoring together. So it's 8:54 a.m. and the fake sun, again, my documentation showing when not only when I remain in Ontario, for example, at the B&G Plaza, or I remain at 630 North Fern in the vehicle, or I remain in what is on a bus already in Pomona, okay? And I remain there as a matter of video documentation for hours. The entity keeping a fake sun over me while I show you at 7:35 in the morning at the Open Family Community Library, and the entity is keeping a fake sun in alignment with me where I leave and walk north of Euclid Avenue to go to the city of Upland at an earlier hour, and I've substantially documented that. When I remain in Ontario, and you're talking about into the afternoon at the, and then get on the bus late in the afternoon at the same intersection at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, where's the light source right in alignment with me at the same location? That is the conduct revealing what are demons who are stalking using sirens. That's called criminal summoning, who are stalking while they are paying attention to every step that I take. The people of the state are doing the exact same thing. 8GOE224. That's why you have directed light manifesting in the shade. All right, license 8JSV935, and they are touching. That's the perpetual sex offender. License 8DMH241, perpetual sex offenders. Where one demon does it, all of them do it. License 8XMJ963, and they all do it together collectively. BN22392, I believe. That's paper. And not just them. You're talking about what is the demon-possessed group stalking company that is using demon-possessed employees to engage in that perpetual sex offense. That's what REALTIME represents. With knowledge of the fact that it's documented, you're talking about engaging in what are acts of terrorism with the the people of the state, and doing so with knowledge of the fact that you've been documented. That's the intent behind that. So you're talking about what is the entity engaging in that pattern of conduct, and a perpetual sex offender engaging in repeating that conduct, seeking to inflict harm while using, for example, a particular actor that you specifically documented. And that's what the company REALTIME represents. And they do so, as I documented the video where the Ontario police kidnappers and thieves and liars engage in what is crossing paths together with REALTIME. And now you're understanding the specific intent to engage in that threatening conduct. And that's how they do that. All right. And they do so while they're engaging in what is the elements of monitoring. It's conduct of what are the demon. This is the demonic population, the demon-possessed population. 8YCM802. REALTIME is a perpetual sex offender. The Ontario Police Department, ample documentation showing what is their molestation, what is their demon possession, while they cross path, demonstrating that same condition, directed light streaming all around while they're stalking in the path. And this is the conduct that those demons have provided to me while they're stalking me, and all I do is document it. All right, so it's already, as a matter of record, it's already published, and they continue to wage what is an impermissible threat. So you're talking about, again, not only based on the fact that this entity is engaged in multiple acts of kidnapping, they are demons that are engaged in what is interstate stalking. That's already grounds under existing federal law for what is federal prison. You're also talking about what is the impermissible threat, which, while you're monitoring with the government, that's federal prison. And just dealing with, again, what you're witnessing, an infected police agency, it is necessary for literally the good of society to disband such criminal agencies, because that's what they're full of criminals. They are out riding around in the streets engaging in surveillance. They're not engaging in lawful execution of any duties. They're using those vehicles, wasting the gas, using their resources to engage in surveillance and stalking one who is aware of it. Okay, so you're monitoring the documentation. Okay, so you're engaging in that, and all I'm speaking to is what is necessary as a matter of justice to deal with it. They're not evading any sort of justice. They are going to federal prison. You must disband such infected agencies. And you're talking about what is the people of the state that are not separate from that. They are catching those same federal charges, and it shall bear in their lives the repercussions of that while you engage in that criminal system with the government. You're not hiding behind anonymity. You're not hiding behind the threat that you pose while you want to pull up and cross path with police or another third party that has previously violated. It is all going towards those federal charges that the people of the state, they're all acting on behalf of an entity. That is quite a substantial laundry list, but that is what the entity is engaging in, and that's exactly what they're going to be prosecuted for with the government. That's quite a prosecution. 7KDY318, 10507N2. And with regard to the repercussions of that, when you are prosecuted as a group stalker, which is criminal activity by government, a perpetual sex offender, there are areas that you should not be able to even be within 5 feet of, with regard to children, with regard to the vulnerable populations, with regard to practicing law. You should be because I've gone through the process. You have to, moral fitness, and oh no, you're inherently unfit. Okay, you've been through and been prosecuted as a group stalker. You're unfit to practice law, to be in the medical field. Okay, to drive one of those vehicles. No. You are inherently untrustworthy, and that is what federal group stalking is about. It's a malicious system existing in the United States on behalf of a government. All right, and this is the takedown of that and the revealing of that, and all of the intricacies that and the implications that are revealed based on that system in existence. It is directly relevant to your ability and your inability and your unfitness to be in any of those aforesaid positions, which you are relying on when you're applying to be a police officer. You're a stalker. You're a demon. Okay, and you've been prosecuted as such. You've been linked to that system, and there's no exception. And it is a way to address what is the demon-possessed population. You're not being discriminated against. You can serve Satan all you want. You don't get to be a group stalker and do that. You don't get to engage in criminal surveillance with the government and do that. And there are positions that you have no business being in based on the inherent untrustworthiness and your condition, which is a threat to those that are free in this country. 5 RRS 258. And the people of the state have shown you their true condition. While I'm documenting that and I'm prosecuting, and they are going to be prosecuted. And you're not going to miss a beat. Every single thing, they're being held accountable for it. Every single last thing as an entity. And you're talking about what is showing the true colors. That's the reality of what they are. Not when they're facing that prosecution and they're coming up with all these legally irrelevant and implausible positions they didn't know. I was doing that. All of that, it does not matter. You're seeing the true minions that they are today, right now. And you remember that. 8JGE125. You remember that. All right, because you're understanding what is, for your own purposes, a demon-possessed population. 8XAU100, monitoring with Ontario police who cross path at Wells Fargo. They're in line around the building monitoring. 4ZYB288, 5SGP946, 8VSL920, 7JZK304. And the same 9ACC673, the same entity that's engaging in and by entity I mean the demons that are the Ontario Police and the demons that are the Ontario Fire Department group stalking around where I'm standing as the fake sun moves over my head. And it's 9:01 as you hear. The light source is already over me in the city of Upland where I've already documented heavily my presence being there. McDonald's, the Vons remaining and documenting, and that's not the case. It's remaining over here where the Ontario Police are maintaining presence around me while they're listening to me document. That's a psychopath, okay? So I want to be clear. The entity engaging in this conduct, while I'm documenting, that's exactly what they're doing overnight, not sleeping, not taking a rest. These demons are up 24/7, and that's why they're going up and down the street where I am sleeping at the museum and sounding sirens incessantly. Okay? That's a psychopath. It is currently 9:02 a.m., license 81554B3. All right, these minions lined outside of Wells Fargo is relevant positioning. They're in engineered light and operation of communication devices, stalking and monitoring, while Ontario Police is driving around the perimeter. Wells Fargo is at 240 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario, 8NXM680. Directed light while they're group stalking standing at an ATM. 7CBX590. 7RKC612. 8VQA419. 49933F3. 7CPK848. 5HJV579, 8XBP265, 8AYU438, 4AUL964, 7CBX590 makes a U-turn. This is a Latino male, directed light underneath the shaded structure where the ATM, where this demon with 8XBP265 is at the ATM, directed light while this demon 7CBX590 drives by. Impossible light activity. They're demons that are monitoring together. Okay, it is currently 9:03 a.m. Fake sun is not in Pomona. Okay, license 8VQA419. A license 8HZN654, 5NHC269, a line of demons, this four-eyed little freak with bad skin, stalking with the rest of these demons, taking close-up images of these demons that are patrolling around and touching with directed light. These are the demon-possessed who are engaging in stalking, not looking for a parking space. 7GTU206, 76205R2, 7PWW921, 8AJX588, FV773 handicap, 4KCJ966, 46919E2, 75604L2, 78957U2, 7MQF134, and it's 9:04 a.m. A license 8POA597, and so as I go from what is the museum to the intersection of Euclid and Holt, where the 150 East Holt building is, and then to the parking lot where you hear the demons of the fire department sound sirens, and you see the demons of the Ontario Police Department go down Transit, where on the opposite side of the same building where I'm standing, and then they go to maintain what is stationary presence, engaging in surveillance at the parking garage. And I'm reminding you about the time. This is during the same time I'm documenting what is my presence on a bus as of 8:35 in the morning, driving westbound. The light source is remaining directly over me, which I document on video while I'm on the bus, as opposed to what is today, where I am remaining at that intersection and then walking north of Euclid Avenue in the city of Ontario. And I am going from, on that day, January 27th, from Ontario to the city of Pomona, where I remain at this time. All right, for a prolonged period, as opposed to today where I remain in Ontario during that time, and the fake sun is remaining stationary over my head. All right, and that's revealing what is the stalking conduct, the impermissible threat by demons such as the company Ryder, 7SFS975, 6N28479, which is, let me be clear, Ryder just represents the people of the state. The people of the state engaging in that impermissible threat. 8CCT736. License 08932K3. And we're calling that vastly different conduct where I'm at 6GQN483, remaining at an intersection as opposed to going from one city to another, and the maintenance of a light source directly over me under both circumstances. And as I show on Sunday, when I don't even leave the city of Ontario, I don't even leave the street, the light source remains on that street from morning until dusk. It's 6GFP125. License 1306-9V2. That is directly relevant to what is, again, the impermissible threat as the demons of the fire department are engaging in the pattern of conduct and facilitation. 4KCJ966 just pacing up and down the street, driving down the street, driving down D Street, and then driving back up. That's what the demons of the Ontario Police, they're just driving all around in engineer light. License 7TTN883, 4M29512. And it's not relevant with regard to what you're saying. Oh, I was looking for a Starbucks, I made a run to. No, you're stalking an engineered light. Okay? And you can claim what you want. It is ongoing facilitation by a government that is stalking by fire departments and police. And they are monitoring while you're driving all around, claiming you're looking for Starbucks drive-thru. Okay? 7GVH429, 7ZFL306, 90313Z2. And by the way, that Starbucks drive-thru is a facilitating venue as well. They're monitoring at Starbucks. All right, so you're talking about what is an entire entity. And so anyway, with regard to this fake sun, that's why the fake sun is over me while you're claiming that. There's no legally relevant argument whatsoever. There is no ignorance. That's why this scientific impossibility is over my head. That's why these same demons are molesting 8YJS397, a perpetual sex offender. All right, directly rebuts the claim of some ignorant third party stating that they don't know me, they don't know what's going on. I don't know, I was just driving. That's the ongoing conduct with directed light, which I've captured in video, is directly rebutting that. All right, and it does not address it, and it is legally irrelevant. All right, you're talking about what is, for example, 06129B2, a perpetual sex offender, providing what is documentation for the prosecution of attorney Ricardo Perez. Okay? License 8YCW800. Ricardo Perez is a third party whose law office is in relevant position where I remain subject to this system, and the entity is engaging in that sexual violence on behalf of an entity, on behalf of a government that is present through every single last one of them, including Ricardo Perez, when I am and when I am not in relevant position to Ricardo Perez. All right, you're talking about what is the government's criminal system through the people. The people in general will be prosecuted. 8VYA989, a perpetual sex offender, group stalking at ARCO, 7MQF134, BN78C77 paper, 6MZD582, all of them stalking at ARCO in directed light under the fake sun. That remains over me in Ontario and is not possibly coexisting with being over following and remaining over me while I'm in the city of Pomona, which is where I'm at this time, which is where I travel to. All right, license 3SVT973, 5DVN368, 8V19238, 32487E3, 6AJH986, I believe, or 996, 6RXH176, 7LQM470, 7F21612, 7WGD604, 8RXM752, group stalking at Chevron. Chevron located at 506 Euclid Avenue. Let me be clear, 8NQN026 is a perpetual sex offender. While demons are driving by me and touching with directed light, they are the same entity that is crossing path under the fake sun. All right, there's no separation from that, and you're not going to avoid that. 4UTT169. It's P.O.C. It's 9:09 a.m. Fake sun is over the Chevron. All right, I'm taking images at 9:12 a.m. of what is the perpetual sex offender. The perpetual sex offender is, first of all, a demon-possessed stalker who is a third party. And what I took images of, this is license 7M88954. And this is an old white man with the orange t-shirt, New Balance, gray tennis shoes. And let me be clear, the minion that's working inside of Chevron is the same entity, okay? 7NQV703 is hiding on the side of the building. And the back license plate of that vehicle, again, 7NQV703 on a hatchback BMW, pacing with another demon that comes to enter. They're pacing back and forth in engineer light, 8V19238. What I took pictures of is this demon in the white van with the license plate that I read. I'm standing in the shade exiting Chevron, and you have what is directed light that touches me while I'm walking in the shade. That's the ongoing objective of the sex offender, okay? To touch with light. And that is a violation of your person. Who else is monitoring while that's ongoing? Starbucks, which is right across the street, okay? You can see that in my image at 507 North Euclid Avenue. Those are demons who are stalking in the path, having no place of belonging. They are not present, having any right on behalf of the state, who is engaging in surveillance. That is the prosecution of the company Starbucks as a sex offender, a perpetual sex offender, okay? Engaging in what is facilitation while they're monitoring together. All right, in doing so with ongoing knowledge of everything that I'm stating while I'm documenting. The ongoing knowledge is not only an ongoing admission while the demons of the police department and fire departments are monitoring, the people of the state are the same entity and maintain that same knowledge. That's a violent sex offender that knows that it's being documented and engaging in ongoing, continuing sexual violence. Also engaging in what are acts of terrorism while you document. That's what Ryder represents. That's not isolated to Ryder. The company Starbucks, as I was stating yesterday, the company Arco, an ongoing perpetual sex offender, engaging in what is the pattern of conduct with ongoing knowledge of what you're documenting about them. While they engage in these methods of touching, that's a perpetual sex offender, and it's demonic. Okay, so I took a picture of what I'm standing at the ramp, and it's in the shade. This demon is entering, waiting for me to exit, and then touches with directed light, gets out, focuses on the gas pump like they're oblivious to your presence. This is the conduct that the demon possessed. All right, that's an absolute psychopath. And that's an exceedingly violent sex offender. That is a very highly demented stalker. Okay, everything that they're doing is focused on you. Even while they're acting like they're focused on the gas pump and getting gas, it's about you. They're stalking. Okay, and that's why the fake sun is over the Chevron, and that's why they're touching me with directed light while they are entering the venue of the Chevron. Okay, this one, 8V19238, this minion is just pacing with the other one that was in the hatchback BMW, maintaining presence. That hatchback BMW is over here stalking on the side while the other minion touches me with directed light, and I start taking pictures. Then this minion with 8V19238 paces. The other minion exits. This one enters and maintains presence. Group stalking at gas stall number 3. Oh, wait, I just want to give you an example of what's a perpetual sex offender. The employee, nobody is exempt, in other words, from the P.O.C. They're all in relevant position monitoring together. I am running down literally and helping you understand what is group conduct. You are surrounded. So I'm running down what are they doing, this one after another, this, and also acting in concert with this one back here who's not separate. He's monitoring on a communication device as well. That is a demon as well. That demonic conduct is speaking to that demon, the demon possession of that individual as well, okay? So like I said, this is the P.O.C. You have the ongoing conduct of a perpetual sex offender and a demented stalking system that the people of the state are engaging in. And this is the conduct that is ongoing and attributed to what is the entity that is stalking by law enforcement, the same demented stalking conduct, okay? As they demonstrate, hiding in parking garages, doing so while they are stalking with audible activity using sirens, doing so while they are doing 24 hours a day. That's what, 4 o'clock in the morning, running up and down the street in engineer light, sounding your sirens, doing it repeatedly. That's exactly what they're doing, and that's what they're doing during the day, okay? There's no pause with regard to demonic activity. So it's currently 9:16 a.m. This is Chevron that's located at 506 Euclid Avenue in Ontario. This is P.O.C. All right, this fat white demon, his first name is Mike. Talking about, he's got a name tag on, and so I wanted to ask him, but what is he admin for? But his first name is Mike. Anyway, he's a violent sex offender and a demon-possessed one, engaging in that perpetual sex offense with the rest of these demons. License 8WDE870, 8KHP810. 2282-3J1. And doing so, let me be clear, the reason why I'm using it as an example is because you need to know the entity is in no way hiding while you're sitting in your law office, sitting in your restaurant, sitting in your apartment, sitting in your church, what you want to call a church, in this ongoing satanic system with the government underway, while the entity is stalking by helicopters and stalking by police departments and fire departments. Ricardo Perez is being documented. And I'm using that as an example, not only because I'm documenting Ricardo Perez, who is representing what are the people of the state who are being documented, all right? You're talking about what is an ongoing P.O.C. that's underway. And while they engage in that conduct on behalf of an entity, 8GNT 981. In other words, Ricardo Perez, the people of the state don't have an argument. I say, oh, well, I was over here. I wasn't even in the city. The entity was present through you. You represent the people of the state. Sally Jo Smith, who is stalking and molesting under the fake sun, is present on behalf of the people. The government is acting through all of the people. Whether all of the people are there at relevant position at one time or whether they are maintaining presence everywhere that I go together. They're not separate. All right, so you're talking about what is the entity and how the government does it through the people. And the people all together are going to be prosecuted. 7GMC 056. Pulling up at what is not an actual church. This little Bethel congregation, United Church of Christ, that's a den of demons. Directed light while that demon crosses path. That's an old white woman, by the way. 7GMC 056. Alrighty, that demon gets out in relevant position under the fake sun, and this old geezer, this old bag of bones, touching with directed light a perpetual sex offender. 6TSV227, you see the fake sun over this non-church called Bethel congregation. And the entity engaging in stalking in all manner of helicopter and airplanes, law enforcement, and directed light, and calling itself a church, like I said. This is P.O.C. It's currently 9:19 a.m. AEF 26L, Arkansas. That Arkansas license plate parked beside directed light. I took a picture of it, and molesting while they drive off. AEF 26L. And that's exactly why they're sitting there. They're engaged in surveillance. License 8474 8B3 8JHP 604. 7PDS 350 8ZWK 438 7MUS 547 8PCH 801 8KJB 721 7HCX 637 5X458. I can't see the rest of them now. 14771E3 8MFJ 744 8ZBA 838, I believe, or 938 4MBE 728 27011F2 8CZR 654 BYSO 977 Washington 6YFT 131 4233 5F2 8SZV 650 6G 12570 87655M1 W35 800 8SPR 272 7ZAE 086 8HEU 813 7RZN 417 6SWN 170. And this one directed light coming toward me while they're driving on the street. License 42335F2. That's a demon with a bad wig. That's a boy wearing a very bad wig. Anyway, it's currently 9:21 a.m. License plate 4PFF532. All right, Glenn Matoma, DDS, they're a third party. Their venue at 712 Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California, they're a third party, and the fake sun is over their venue. And they are not in any way exempted from the pattern of conduct while I'm in front of their office and while I am in Upland, not near their office. They are part of the people of the state who are engaging in ongoing surveillance and criminal conduct with the government. 718 Euclid Avenue, and that's audible activity that Glenn Matoma is going to be prosecuted for. Their office is in relevant position. The fake sun is over me while demons are molesting with directed light and amplified audible activity crossing path. Tara Marie Jessup, Jose Castaneda, Robert Stieskel at the Jessup building at 718 Euclid Avenue. Their minions. Their office at 718 Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California is in relevant position. All right, and they are not exempted in any way or subject to any exception while I'm in relevant position, subject to that system while around their office, and also while I am not around their office. The people of the state are going to be prosecuted uniformly because this is how the government is maintaining presence everywhere that you are going. You are not individualizing it. The people of the state are the mask that the government is wearing. All right. And you're going to not pick and choose who of the people of the state in general are going to be prosecuted. It's an ongoing system that is uniformly executed everywhere that you're going. 8BUR 591. And that includes in San Francisco, where I have not been. License 4FZM 985. P.O.A 358 1959 7SSX 325. They're monitoring at Bank of America at 735 South Euclid Avenue, monitoring at American Inn at 750 North Euclid Avenue. I believe that's their address. They're monitoring, 755 Euclid Avenue in Ontario. They're monitoring at the Blink Fitness, which is within that plaza where they're engaging in nothing but surveillance as they work there, and as those demons are just going to that venue to be present in the path. All right, and that's also speaking to what is, again, the uniform prosecution of the people of the state. License 7YSC 342. I can't really see that one. 5SGL 073. 7ZAC 606. 5GWY 417. 8AKC 988. What is Euclid and 814 Euclid Avenue, which is Claire Matrix. That's what this business says. 816. Yeah, Claire Matrix. This is, I documented this venue, West Valley SART Center. This is where the Ontario Police are crossing the path. All right, directed light moving across the office of what is Perez Law, attorneys at law, abogados. And also the, office administrator. Here's another third party being documented, Junius Perez. The entity engaging in what is that pattern of conduct with directed light across the office of Ricardo Perez, who I do not have to personally meet while I'm subject to surveillance at that third party facilitating venue. All right, so I want to be clear. You are speaking to, as that P.O.C. is underway, minions are crossing paths, the people of the state. Minions live in relevant position while Ricardo Perez is both in or out of his office. While those minions are inside of that office and the fake set is over me and I'm in the parking lot, I'm subject to that system of surveillance. It is revealing what is an ongoing ceaseless pattern of conduct. All right, engaging in what is a pattern of conduct in concert with the people of the state who are acting as an entity. Okay, that entity is going to be prosecuted as the entity that it is together. And it's not individualized based on the hundreds of people that I documented, to the exception of those that I have not. No, that's not how it goes. The criminal system, that prosecution is necessary as a matter of justice. The government is using the people, all of the people, wherever you go. That's how the government is maintaining ubiquitous presence. That's the only thing that's ubiquitous, because the sun is not. All right, the demon-possessed population, they surround, and they are identified as the people of the state, and the government is present through them as they are monitoring with communication devices, and these demons engage in this ritualistic conduct together in a specific environment. All right, so you're talking about what is identifying a people of the state, and I've documented them, and you're showing and understanding what is in no way any exception, and it is speaking to what is a prosecution at a greater level with regard to all of the people of the state of California. License 7 PFR 798, who have been documented. Let me be clear. When you engage in criminal conduct on behalf of the government, that's engaged in surveillance. You're engaging in criminal conduct on behalf of the people of the state. You're not documenting an individual. You're documenting the vicarious aspect of the government, the people of the state. 8JDX 170, a perpetual sex offender. 8DLF 415, group stalking. License plate 5XUT 392, CB62N37, paper plate, group stalking. On the unholy grounds of what is First United Methodist Church, directed light, fake sun over me. Demons surrounding, stalking, and monitoring with communication devices. It's 9:28 a.m. This demon holding his phone up while he's stalking in the path. That's 8DLF 415. That's what they all do. They're monitoring. That's a Latino male wearing a beanie on his head. 8DLF 415, crossing path. If that's not a natural born citizen, you deport them. You deport all of them out of the country. 7DNX 200. With regards to monitoring with the government, absolutely. Those demons are not needed in the country. License 8HVP 646. It's 9:29 a.m. BU 46. I can't even see that one. It's a paper plate. $8DZA 382. I'm sorry, 8DAZ 382. 8TBR 772. 7BMZ 433. 5DDF 122. 5NQB 264. The people of the state live in a relevant position at 938 Euclid Avenue, 936, number 1 and number 2. This is an apartment complex, apparently. They live in relevant position in Ontario. License R29J136, 6EXB 807, 8KBY 628. $85199E1. 938 Euclid Avenue, that's an address, 938 Euclid Avenue in Ontario. Direct the light on the property, meaning you have light just manifesting in the shade in between this little apartment complex building. That's a method of stalking with light, and my shadow's manifesting in that light that's just appearing in the shade out of nowhere. Demons live there. They're engaged in surveillance. They're monitoring. They know that I'm there, and they also are aware, because they're monitoring, and that environment is over. The fake sun is over me, and it's not over the Pomona Regional Transit Center. It's over their apartment complex on Euclid Avenue in Ontario, keeping in alignment with me as I'm walking up the street, as opposed to remaining stationary, as is a matter of documentation, at the Pomona Regional Transit Center. It doesn't coexist at the same time. That's not the sun, and this is the light source that's over me while I'm documenting the people of the state. Again, at that address, 940 Euclid Avenue in Ontario, 942 Euclid Avenue in Ontario, 5JVJ 978. Also, these the people of the state, as I'm reciting their addresses, they're also threatening while the demons of the Ontario Police Department are crossing path, all right, while monitoring the documentation. 944 Euclid Avenue in Ontario. 7L65008. They're also sex offenders being documented. They're not separate from that perpetual sex offense, being molested with directed light while they are sitting inside of a irrelevant position, monitoring with the government. It's facilitation. They're monitoring while that sexual violence is underway. 44144N2. 5XMW799. 47483X1, and that's DirecTV. I'm crossing J Street, remain on Euclid, walking north. You're going to recall what is my documentation during the same time of year, meaning it's still fallback. The same time of year with regard to last year. All right, so not only the same time of day, you're understanding what is the entirely different location where I'm at, where I am remaining at Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, and in Ontario, California, which is at an entirely opposite end of Euclid Avenue. The state is keeping its fake sun as I capture it early in the morning, and I would be I was working in Riverside, Jurupa Valley, in Riverside County, and the entity was keeping a fake sun over my head. This is what you are also recalling. I've already surrounded the entity with the evidence. The entity is engaging in what is, they are placing themselves in a federal prison. All I have to do is document. I don't have to make up anything. They're in a specific environment, while they being the Ontario Police Department, they being the Ontario Fire Department, you're talking about what's necessary as a matter of justice, engaging in all manner of efforts to intimidate and harass while you're stalking, and you're engaged in interstate stalking with the people, after having also engaged in multiple acts of kidnapping. And these are demons that are engaging in what is terrorism and a perpetual sex offense and facilitation of all of that. While you have what is documentation last year, all right, same time of year, even down to the day, the entity is keeping a fake sun over me at Economy Inn, that's the place of origin, not the museum, not coexisting, all right, with regard to what is central presence over my head. And not only that, remaining over me as I would go to Riverside and I was working, the fake sun remained over me at that work site in Haruba Valley, which I documented. The state was stalking by helicopter under the fake sun, which I documented. The state was stalking with directed light in that office, directed light inside of that office, which I documented, impossible light activity inside of the office, which I documented. And the entity was following on the 60 freeway while being taken back to what is Economy Inn, where the entity also engaged in, which I documented, the maintenance of a fake sun from morning until evening at Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, keeping the fake sun over the hotel room, over the parking lot, fake moon in the same position at night. That's what you're remembering while I'm documenting this. 8TVE337 55626K1, Omnitrans 1545805, 7WWN782. This is evidence that already exists, 8872617 for you, RW500. And this is documentation. All I'm doing is reminding you about what is already done with regard to the prosecution of this entity. They're going to federal prison. 2362 Omnitrans, monitoring, molesting 6K LK 802, molesting 8YOM 760, 8TCK 076, molesting 36153K2, molesting, and this is a company vehicle. Engaging in that, that's Twins communication, group stalking. Yep, that is 36153K2. It's got a little minion in the passenger seat, and they're studying their communication device while they're not going and the light is green. They're focused on me and they're engaged in surveillance with that phone. So like I said, it's 9:36 a.m. and you're remembering, because what I'm documenting right now in 2022 is I'm just reminding, remember the same time of year? Last week when I was, don't mind that, that's audible activity, but it's also Satan that doesn't want you to hear, doesn't want to hear its own prosecution because it's done. Okay? And what am I doing? I'm reminding you, where was I at? January 27th, January 22nd, because it's relevant to where I'm at this year while I'm showing you the fake sun on a day-to-day basis. But don't forget what is also relevant, another whole other revealing aspect of the analysis of showing what's a fake sun and revealing this demon-possessed population, and the demon-possessed population that's going to federal prison, including the Ontario Police Department and the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and the Ontario Fire Department and those affiliated with American Medical Response and companies such as Ryder. You're talking about the entity engaging in what is stalking with a fake sun, as I was documenting it last year. But not just that, the year before that as well. But last year, the entity is keeping a fake sun over me in what is a location that has nothing to do with what would be the presence of the sun, is not coexisting whatsoever, in no way consistent with what would be the presence based on a yearly analysis, where it is during the time of year, in addition to the time of day, in addition to what are the ongoing hallmarks with what the entity is doing with directed light. And you're seeing it where I am subject to this P.O.C. by the demon-possessed entity, the people of the state who I am working with. Okay, and I address that fully with regard to the analysis of what is the country village, the venue representing the people of the state, and how you're going to prosecute where you're subject to the pattern of conduct in the workforce. All right, that's relevant to what is necessary legislation. That's a whole other level of a hostile work environment. You're talking about real hostility, demons. While you're placed under surveillance, that's a whole other level. That's a whole other level, and I documented it. And you're talking about what is the entity engaging in that P.O.C. in the workforce, which is exactly what I was subject to while practicing law, while I'm doing property management. And before I realized the entity is not just harassing, it's not bad fortune. These are demons that are stalking, moreover. All right? They are stalking and harassing me based on the pattern of conduct that I was becoming aware of, and I started documenting it, bowing out of the workforce based on that threat that's posed to me were strangers and colleagues that you're noticing following you around, and then your supervisor's human resources does nothing about it. Okay? And not about an allegation such as they're following around, but allegations of harassment, which is a matter of documentation. Reporting it to human resources, those are demons. and they're not doing anything about it. This is something that maintaining my professionalism and keeping my professional license to practice law intact, bowing out, and then moving to a different region to continue practicing law elsewhere, which is exactly what I did, finding out that the pattern of conduct is everywhere that I go. All right, and that's why the people of the state in San Francisco, in Madeira, in San Diego, wherever, are going to be prosecuted as the government is engaging in surveillance in California. 8SZA200. So do not forget, while the state is keeping a fake sun over me, incapable of having any defense with regard to what is showing the scientific impossibility and the conduct that the state engaged in day to day and what it was doing day to day last year. Remember that. It doesn't coexist. It doesn't coexist under any circumstances. And it doesn't even coexist when you're talking about what is the beginning of the day and the end of the day. The light source still remains over me. All right, it's currently 9:40 a.m. and I just want to remind you about that. March 12th, 2021, March 11th. You're talking about what is early March, where I'm at Economy Inn and I'm working at Country Village. And then I remain at what is Economy Inn, and I heavily documented. They're going to federal prison. Economy Inn, you're talking about criminal summoning. They're going to federal prison, and they are surrounded with what is the P.O.C. as the fake sun is remaining over me now, which would never be the case if that was the actual sun remaining over the property all day long of 2301 South Euclid Avenue, which you already know that's not the sun. All right, but like I said, you documented. That's already the prima facie case that is speaking to an ongoing system, ceaselessly underway, and doing so with, and guess what? The same demons that are following today, the Ontario Police Department, disbanding in federal prison. Alrighty, it's currently 9:40 a.m. This is P.O.C. 4CRT982E5TACO. What is 1244 Euclid Avenue, the fake sun over me, directed light. This demon 8MBD710, perpetual sex offender, stalker. 8UJV764, 6UQW421, 5BTY116, 7ERM430, 8WJA372. FNH57, 7PKR005. Not only is directed light inexplicable, you're talking about what is, in other words, it's direct evidence. You're also talking about what is inexplicable and irreconcilable, the light source remaining over Economy Inn to Riverside, back to Economy Inn, and remaining over Economy Inn, and then where I'm at this year, for example, the same time of year, the Upland Public Library. You're talking about what is, again, evidence that is insurmountable, and you are dealing with what are demons who are bound for what is federal prison. That's where we're at the juncture. The P.O.C. is already established. 7EVX9, or I'll get that demon in a second, TIMKARN, 8MOA163, 7EVX905, 7KGH586, 7LLJ557, and Upland Public Library is not the extent of it. That's just one example. I'm talking about the same time of year, because it's not just March 12, 2021. You're talking about the time of year. There is a whole body of evidence of stalking with a fake sun. I'm talking about going to the Pomona Regional Transit Center. I'm talking about, and again, you're talking about what is keeping it directly over my head while I'm at all of these different venues. It's not occurring at the same time. Remaining at the venue all day long while you're keeping central presence over my head. And then in the evening, keeping central presence with my body while you're changing the color and lowering it in elevation. It's still in alignment with my head, in perfect alignment, day and night. So you're talking about what is the fake moon at night time. This is the ongoing body of evidence. It's not just the day, but there's a whole, you're talking about the time of year. Okay, so essentially November to March 2021, November to March 2022. That's a whole body of evidence, and that's just slicing it down. That's just one aspect of it. All right, and you're talking about what is the entity engaging in what is isolating the fake sun, keeping it to where I am, and you clearly see that. 6PHD187. 8MUB744, 5154782, 7XJT108, 8JIM275, 6C99075, 16747L2, 8GLW053, 6ZRR303, 1066-803. Carreras Taurus crossing path, molesting with directed light. 6AVB 457, 8WLJ 9. I can't see the rest of them. 43310F2, 8JTC 380. 8AIZ 50323. I can't really see that one. 7PTG 380. ONTFIRE. That's the old white man. License 8VFP 393. 4TD 3248, I believe. That's a trailer attached to that third party's vehicle. 8LSC 569. PRSTNE 22865S1, 6NNJ 987, 7SHE 882, 6FEF 990, 7TNS 425, just stalking with audible activity, 25929N2, 8FBU 902, 7PQW 660, 8RUS 233, 7FBK 460, 8WOH 592, 8MAH 541, 8UQL 328, 7MWP 654, 7VQR 997, 8FTU 795, 8UUY 895, 7NTD 417, 50734S1. And again, that demon is honking their horn when they are driving and there is no person standing in the street, there's no vehicle in their way, they're stalking in the path. Okay? And that's a demon that knows they're also being documented. 58EK 434. 6183882, 8SZG747, 8RRB323, license BASE1 on an Acura SUV truck, and driving in front of me when I have the right of way. That's a hostile demon under the fake sun, license 8CWP101, and they are being documented together in the same way that Carreras Taurus is crossing path, monitoring with the rest of these demons, engaging in that sexual violence as one, stalking as one, harassing as one. All right, and under what is the fake sun? That would never be over my head in Ontario or in Upland. If that was the actual sun last year, over Country Village Apartments, over my head, remaining all day while I'm working at that office. License 33695H3, license 80922E3, but it's not. You already know that's not possible, that it would even be there 7 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the pattern of stalking with a fake sun. License 03623W1, not only present over the venue, 327061 present over my head at the venue. All right, and where the fake sun can't be inside of the building, what is it the entity does? It aims directed light inside of the building. License 7XUD616. All this documented at Country Village Apartments where I was working, where these demons engaging in sexual violence, monitoring in the bathroom, AJTJ883, the same entity that I'm documenting at Country Village. Understand that it is the people of the state, the same entity. All right, those are the people of the state that you are working with, the people of the state where you live, or the people of the state where you're sitting in public all day long, stalking in a library, chasing in the bathrooms. License 5LFN486, 8ZFX887, 7YDW497, 8BSA263, harassing while they know that you're documenting them on the streets, which is what that demon does, honking their horn for no reason. It's not a matter of being free to do that. Actually, you're not. You can't actually cause... engage in what is causing a danger while doing so for no reason. But let me be clear, you're creating audible activity while they are driving past me under the fake sun with knowledge that they're being documented. That is a show of hostility. That is, understand, that is the threat. That's an impermissible threat. While you are monitoring the documentation, you are going to prosecute for every little thing that these demons do while they're monitoring and stalking with the government. License 6VTU 157, and they do it as an entity. License 7L67842. 506MV handicap. HNE 410. 8TPH575. 8AFK146. DAX Heart MME 44142G3. 7JOY 434. 8UJJ 244. License 8JIN 232. A Areola 12110S2. A Areola is a large truck. That's a name on that truck. It's a yellow truck with red lettering. A Areola. 8 CBA 675. 3T CR 652 or 3T GR 652. 7DFC 338. 7L08305. 6FMK131. 6HNH802. 8NRK716. 6E65050. 34883S1. 8VIV353. 8JKK635. 8WUP416. 8UTM393. 3556. 3Y1, that's ARCA. 8MO, I can't see the rest of that one. 6WTP371. PC4C. P5N, and it's 9:53 a.m. 93922K3. 93922K3, that's Ryder. At the 10 freeway entrance where the fake sun is over me. 8CGR758. BF11ROO, paper. 5ZHW735. 6WJS 953. 7NQH569. 7KIR565. 8NRM 757. 6MHB 814. And these demons, again, they like to engage in what are forms of intimidation or harassment. I'm going to intimidate them with a very aggressive federal prosecution and subjecting to what is federal prison on grounds that they have yet to interpret. Let me be clear. GAN538 with a Minnesota license plate, 8VSG071, threatening with the third party that they're monitoring with, representing the Ryder company. License 6328322, they're all sex offenders engaging in that perpetual sex offense together. Engaging what is monitoring the documentation and using one that they think is grounds to intimidate and harass. This is the tactics of demons. And they're all engaging in this. I'm documenting them together. 5SEH214, 8BFE895, they're the same entity threatening with law enforcement, stalking together, perpetually molesting together, and then waging a threat while they're sitting around stalking you with those that have violated you, including law enforcement. 6CWT060. License. They're not acting individually. They're all going to be documented for that. 8Z08726. 35219F3. 7JVE280. 6CWT060. MEGNZTO, I believe. 6MIA481. 8N-57-323. 8KJV556. 8SVA016. 5TGF487. 7TPF493. 6BLC330. J911RO. 8SUM898, 7KFB391, license plate 7FZY034, and they are all stalking under the fake sun, engaging in what is harassment as an entity engaged in federal stalking under the fake sun that is nowhere near the city of Riverside, remaining over the Country Village apartments in Harupa Valley, remaining over my head while the state is also engaging in stalking by helicopter and airplanes over me at that property. This is the same entity engaging in what is the specific forms of harassment. They're harassing as an entity. 7K47150, 8ANC271. And that's the significance of conduct with directed light as well. 6MQG100, all of them are perpetual sex offenders while I'm walking up the street. They're the same entity, it's the people of the state. Okay? Want to document that. License 7FZY034. License 8KWF871. License 7ROZ597. And remember, it's not just last year. ONTFIRE, that's a demon, the old white man just going up and down the street. It's not just last year where the fake sun, which is not possibly the sun, when you're looking at it based on time of year also. You're also remembering what is at this time I remain at what is the Pomona Regional Transit Center. All right, another vastly different location where I'm at. The fake sun is right here over me at the same 10 freeway entrance, where I'm at 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, where Ryder is specifically crossing path representing the people of the state to engage in harassment with Spectrum, license 63927B2, Latino male, short buzz cut, communication device in hand, 7VQT111, 6JXG794, 6GBD556, 4WRP302, and it's currently 9:57 a.m. 24012G1, 7HCS 762-80366B3, CB27B56 paper, CYASRT 28939G3, 7PGA 575, 5GDT 588, 8PTX 557, 6EWT 073, 7UHZ 078, 7DHL 095, 6ANT340, 19343K2, 8HBR 644, 24419E3, FedEx crossing path, 7DOK 933, 5EXX 170, 97971C2 11477D3, 8JPA 655. They all represent the same entity, okay? Let me be clear. The company Ryder, you're talking about what is holding the people of the state representing a company engaging in commercial stalking with the government. This is the impermissible threat while they are engaging in what is the intentional form to harass by as an entity while monitoring documentation. That's an impermissible threat while the people of the state use such a commercial actor. The people of the state are monitoring with the company Ryder. I want to be clear. These are demons that are communicating hostility together. License 7JYU759. That hostility is expressed while they're placing you under surveillance, while they're doing so on behalf of a government, while they are a demon-possessed entity doing so. I want to be clear. All matter of the environment is threatening you. All matter of the stalking and touching surrounding with directed light is threatening you. And the use of commercial actors such as Ryder who are molesting you with directed light and following you around using that company vehicle. IAMNWO, 8BDK 875, 6AUZ 118, 7TGZ 850. And every single last one of them, including these third parties whose license plates I'm reciting, and the locations where I'm at, they're in relevant position, the people of the state, this is massive documentation of it, are monitoring together. 91065J2, license 8XOVOSX, 1263382, 8FRL649, 8VAE915. Security patrol, no, that's not security patrol, that is, security paving. That is, let's see, Riverside Rocky. License 7ZOP588. It is currently 9:59 a.m. BU59995, I believe, paper. Alrighty, it is 10:02 a.m. This is P.O.C. Helicopter activity. I'm at Euclid Avenue and 7th Street, where the entity was engaged in criminal summoning under the fake sun. By the way, at where the entity is group stalking and communicating a threat by both helicopter activity, the light source that's directly over my head while doing so, and also group stalking by commercial actors such as Ryder, while engaging in monitoring together with the people of the state who I'm documenting. Okay, impossible audible activity of what is the sound of a clapping helicopter. You already know the entity is stalking. They are all stalking together. That's a communication of a threat. Understand how demons operate. 8NVS471, 8GEN559, 9901H2, license 8SJH575, 8EYW663, 8FPA211, license 8BYP832. All right, using the leaf blower. This is at third-party facilitating venue, Inland Valley Emergency Pet Clinic at 7th Street and Euclid Avenue, where Ryder was waiting in a parking lot yesterday for me in order to cross path, and where today, under the fake sun again, the entity is crossing path by Ryder to communicate that same hostility. License 7XPR674, license 7HTW318, and creating what is the audible activity of what is helicopter activity, where this demon is using a leaf blower. That's audible activity creation at a venue where the light source remains over. This is P.O.C. It's currently, by the way, 10:01 a.m. 8VIN209, 8VZZ017, 8NID607, 5ZUBIS, 8FOJ 905, 7ERD 150, 8ZNT 532, 7GKY 235, all of them acting as the people. Every single last one of them. 68DX340, 6LQE019, acting as the people and group stalking under what is the light source that's over your head. That's the identity of a demon-possessed stalker, not the engagement in what is sipping coffee while they're stalking in the path and indirect light. These are the same demons that touch with impossible light activity. That's P.O.C. It is currently 10:02 a.m. RVD 610 74138F2, Mr. Move, US.3171500, license 6NDV 101, 8LLZ 847. See, I can't see that. Six NQF 178, 7YAK 634, 7YEW 056, 8NWB 754, 03025Z1, 8 SIV 483, 8 PDL 498, 6 BDC 402, 8 VKB 704, 5 PWZ 767, 7 SHY 921, 7 I can't really see that one, 8 WPB 801, 8Y16415, 7 SRS 190, 7945 4E3, 8YKF 240, DN 342 handicap, 7 KTA 250, 7 WKF 341, 8 NEA 075, 8 WZN 612, 6 BTZ 605, 7 GET 287, UPS crossing path going northbound on Euclid Avenue, passing 8th Street right now at 10:06 a.m. These demons are pacing back and forth at the intersection of 8th Street. That's the reality of what they're doing. It's not traffic. They're engaging in systematic crossing the path. They're a demon-possessed population, 7RJR023. They're doing so in engineered light. So that's the significance of their vehicles driving in opposite direction at 8th Street, where they're following, tracking my steps. And they're doing so in front of me while I'm walking toward the intersection. And the fake sun remains over my head. The license 60431X1. And it is indeed a fake sun. It's documented remaining last year over Country Village Apartments in Riverside and back to Economy Inn, never on Euclid Avenue and over here up in Upland, not even at the Upland Public Library, except for the days when I was driven up the street to go to T-Mobile, for example, or driving past the venue. Then the fake sun is moving over those venues. That's what you're saying where I'm capturing. By the way, that's how I'm able to capture during the beginning of the day and the end of the day what is not possibly the sun over the same address. 6L16541, 8XHK679, license 8AMX248, 7SCT716, that's the loud demon in the red Mustang, stalking in a path, turning the corner as I decide to start walking. All right, license 8GSR060, 6S97940. License 6GYB857, 8C65020, 8SRL805, 6YAP894, 7BCB187, Touching with directed light, 5FJW021, 8ZPC230, 7FFY358, NOGRNT, 8NVN142, 8E94336, 7AEJ115. All right, this demon, 7GYB857, doing the same thing who the minions I took close-up images of, with children in their vehicle engaging in terrorism, touching me with directed light while I'm on the sidewalk, and they are waiting at the side of the Taquitos Los Magueyes, authentic Mexican food. They're waiting to engage in what is crossing path movement and engineered light, and this is when he touches me with engineered light. I do go get a close-up of that demon. 5Y25564. While he's sitting in there, and his minion wife, minion girlfriend, baby mama, whatever that demon-possessed stalker is, she's in operation of her communication device while those demons are acting together to engage in state surveillance, which is satanic, while they have children in the back of that van. And I captured what's the fake sun right over me at 434 North Euclid Avenue. That is also facilitation while the rest of these demons who are engaging in surveillance, monitoring to that sexual violence and demonic activity. 13345W2. 7UQJ516, CB39B08, that's paper. And that is a light source that's over me in the city of Upland. This is directly relevant to what is stalking with a light source relevant to a state system. All of the people of the state of California are engaged in this state system. You're talking about what is the entity that is documenting keeping a fake sun over me last year, 365 days ago, as I remained at Economy Inn, going to what is Country Village Apartments in Jurupa Valley, California, which is Riverside County, and back to Economy Inn, where it was present morning and into the evening, morning, day, and evening. That is the rising and the setting of the fake sun, which is a matter of documentation. AWSB 207, CB31B75, that's paper, 7AVK394. And the entity was keeping its fake sun over me over there because that's where I was at. And so when you are documenting for a long time, you are showing what is blatant stalking, and that environment is not coexisting. In other words, you are necessarily keeping what is a light source that's not possibly the sun over me. 7GFK124. And that's how you have it over what is Country Village Apartments in Jurupa Valley during the day while I'm at work. Over me in the morning, which is over the pool of Economy Inn in alignment with where my hotel room was. While the state was aiming direct light inside of that hotel room and possible light activity. Onto the floor, but beneath the covered hallway structure outside of that Economy Inn and possible light activity. While the light source itself is directly over my head inside of that parking lot of Economy Inn. While I'm showing you it's over my head at what is the Arco gas station at 434 North Euclid Avenue. That, and not only right now at 10:06, where it's documented remaining over me in Ontario, where I'm already at the Upland Public Library, where I'm walking through the neighborhood of the people of the state in Upland, California, where I remain at the Pomona Regional Transit Center getting on the bus coming back to Ontario, where I'm in the city of Fontana at the Fontana Lewis Library. You're also going to remember what is last year, where I was at Economy Inn going to Country Village Apartments. It does not coexist. That's not the sun. That's following with the light source. And these are demons, okay? And the demon-possessed law enforcement agencies, they're going to federal prison, all right? And these demons engage in hostility while I'm telling their secrets. That's the significance of demons driving vehicles, such as Ryder. You're talking about what is an attempt to engage in harassment and intimidation using a particular commercial actor, as I've identified it, who is engaged in multiple documented acts of the perpetual sex offense, molesting with direct light, and speaking to what is the entity engaging in what are acts of harassment while engaging in what is monitoring. So you're aware that that's being accumulated and you're intending to inflict harm while you're using that same, acting in concert with that particular actor as they've been identified. So in other words, you're engaging in the pattern of conduct that the target individual is aware of and that they have specifically identified. That's how you're seeking to inflict additional harm, to harass and terrorize. That's what they're doing. That's what the Ontario Police Department did. That's exactly what they did. And this is the conduct of the demon-possessed entity. The people of the state together are engaging in that conduct. So you're talking about what is federal prison, one engaging in that on behalf of the entity, and the federal charges for that conduct, the people of the state, every single last one of them. Every single last one of them. This is unlawful harassment and intimidation. That's perfectly appropriate with regard to what is the group conduct, conduct on behalf of an entity by people, a gang of demons who are engaging in what are methods of harassment. A demon-possessed entity engaging in what are methods of harassment. It's currently 10:13 a.m. License plate BA2000A. Again, that's BA2000A. 8TBR770. And that is what I'm speaking to is highlighted. While Ryder continuously likes to use its company name, that company name is going to be dragged through the mud, shown to be the terrorist and the perpetual sex offender that it is on behalf of the government, and all the acts that it is engaging in on behalf of the people, the reality of the character of the people of the state of California and the government and the system that they're engaging in, and the necessity of what is federal prison while you're posing an impermissible threat, representing a government that is not only subjecting you to civil prosecution, you will be civil litigation, you will be prosecuted as a criminal. The government's engaging in criminal activity, right? So, like I said, we'll be reaching down into those companies and holding them accountable while they're engaging in such methods of intimidation and harassment by a government. That's what is threatening your life. The same government that wants to kidnap you and wants to engage in what is harassing you on the job, stalking and surveilling you on the job. When you're talking about what is a malicious system through and through, 7MYM682, 7JUV267. All right, I want to show you what's directed light on the side of the bus, Pro Movers Incorporated. While these demons are driving by, 8HDP220, that's a demon that's stalking. License 8ZUC468, 8ZUC468, excuse me, that's a demon that's stalking. Just like the police department, it's no different. Those are demons that were stalking. While I'm reading you the vehicle number of 1888A, directed light like it's ricocheting off of their cars. It's a surface where engineered light is running past their monitoring, their stalking. That's exactly what the Ontario Police Department were doing. So I'm taking pictures of that. That's the ongoing P.O.C. It's not changing. I just captured images of it right now while they are stalking in the path via traffic. It's a method of presence. 8YYB427. So you have what is engaging in what is stalking on behalf of a government. And not only do you want to do that, you want to engage in what is harassing. While you are stalking on behalf of a government, you are harassing in the shoes of the government. The government is going to be heavily prosecuted for that. You will go to federal prison for that. The people do not have any constitutional rights whatsoever to be a demon while stalking by the state, to be a demon while terrorizing by the state, to be a demon while touching and stalking in concert with the state. You don't have any rights to do that. And when you want to engage in acts of obstruction of justice representing the state, you go to federal prison. You don't pass go, you don't collect $200, you go to federal prison. And regardless of including the company name that you're doing it under. You will be reaching into that company and they will be going to federal prison. The government's not going to avoid what are the minions that it's using. You'll go to federal prison. You want that name to be attached to it, that company, so be it. 88WF593. I don't care. Because you're understanding what's demonic activity. And you're going to shred that apart and show it to be the bare bones criminal conduct and satanic demented system that it is. U.S.P.S. here, vehicle number 0213472. Monitoring. This is demons of the same entity. It's U.S.P.S. Oh, I captured an image of this. Is a African American female with U.S.P.S. with gray braids. Gray extensions. She's crossing path under the fake sin at 711. License 5LNM481, 7GJY658. And it's currently 10:17 a.m. You got these demons stalking on the side of the 7-Eleven, using their phones as music. It's audible activity. The fake sun is over the venue. Understand methods of stalking. It's the same as sitting around with their headlights facing the wall. They're maintaining presence. The fake sun is over the venue and directed light surrounds. 8YYB427 is a demon walking in directed light, creating light activity while under the fake sun, walking to their vehicle with that license plate. 8ZEN709. It's currently 10:18 a.m. P.O.C. at 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue in Upland. All right, the entity aiming what is directed light across the fountain drink area in the back. I'm taking a picture of the African-American male who's stalking. The males that are maintaining presence at the register and maintaining presence maintaining presence by working at the venue, maintaining presence by entering in the venue to complete a purchase, engage in some sort of business. That's supposed to be their form for what's stalking. All right, this is a state system. And the entity flashing this directed light, substantial light moving across the fountain drinks in the back as I walk toward what would be the first, second, third, fourth aisle. Where you can see me on surveillance cameras picking up like a pack of donuts, and the entity aims this light while these demons are standing around. All right, that's the P.O.C. So I'm speaking to what is relevant position group stalking inside of the store.
When you swipe, cancel. You do the answer, and it's in. Awesome. Appreciate you, brother. Take care.
This is P.O.C. Do you mind if I get some ice?
You're good.
Okay, thanks. What's your name, by the way?
Brandon.
Brandon? Okay, yeah, Brandon is the one that's in the store working, and this is the pattern of conduct while Brandon is monitoring with those who are entering the venue. It's 10:20 a.m. Brandon uses the register as a means of stalking with activity, audible activity.
Thank you.
This is gonna be, I think that's gonna be it, yeah. Maybe I'll take these two. I think I'll get one of these two. All right, the minions that I captured, group stalking using bikes. And this minion, let's get her. Hey, minion. Let's show them your true form, Satan. Walk under that fake sun. There you go. Alrighty. USPS surrounding with the minions that are group stalking on their bikes while the entity is aiming that directed light across the fountain drinks inside, and you've got these two minions that are shaking their head like they have some camaraderie. Yeah, just another. They're minions. Satan is a liar while you're stalking on the side of a grocery store or of a market. All right, but you have what is the conduct of psychopaths while they're stalking one who is documenting it. That's what is so funny and pathetic about it. And UPS engaging in the same pattern, facilitating light activity at the gas stall with the hazard lights on. License plate 24155R2. It is currently 10:25 a.m. This thing is covered with a napkin. Yeah, this is vehicle 24155R2. That's a license plate. Parking at the gas stall with the hazard lights on is light activity at 7-Eleven while I'm inside and while directed light is flashing inside. United States Postal Service, UPS, the demons on the bike, their bikes that are maintaining presence at the front of the 7-Eleven, while the third party who I identified by name, he's group stalking using a register as audible activity. He starts typing on the or punching on that register as I begin any sort of movement, and a demon immediately enters. And what's the form? Oh, he's bringing up something on the register for that third party who is maintaining presence, entering and exiting based on what I'm doing. They're acting as one, okay? They're under the fake sun that remains over the 7-Eleven at 10:26 in the morning, which is not over the Up and Public Library, as I am already present during the 10 o'clock hour as the venue opens, okay? This is the P.O.C, and these are the demons who are smiling at each other as though they are passing by or experiencing some other, some weirdo that's engaging in just random conduct. This is the conduct of demons who are in that environment, okay? That's the psychopaths that I'm documenting. This is Satan, all right? This is the P.O.C. All right, this minion using their hazard lights. Understand that's light activity. While they're parked on the grounds of the 7-Eleven at gas stall number, this is the Caucasian male with the hat on. I got a close-up picture. This is UPS engaging in the P.O.C. Where is this? Oh, gas stall number 12. That's where he's parked in front of. With the inside of the venue of 7-Eleven where they're aiming directed light, and this minion is creating light activity on the grounds. Bye. That's P.O.C. Monitoring with the minions of United States Postal Service. And crossing path with directed light on the ground while they do so, the mark of demon possession, and doing so while, again, the light source is not anywhere in the city of Riverside County, Hoover Valley, over the property of what would be Country Village, where I was this time of year working during the week, and going back to what is Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue. It's not over that property. It's not over that parking lot. It's not over that second floor hotel room where I remained, where, though, at that time I'm documenting the light source remaining directly over the roof of my room, okay? As I would step out in the parking lot, where was it? Directly over my head. As I would walk in the parking lot, where was it? While demons such as the United States Postal Service were group stalking and the fake sun was over my head, that's what they were doing, and that's what they're doing now under the fake sun. They're engaging in what is state surveillance, and that's the federal government. Acting with third parties such as UPS, acting with third parties who are on their bikes stalking with audible activity using their cell phones as though they are encountering some weirdo, and I am revealing the actual weirdo, the demon-possessed population. That's what they are. And it's pathetic while they engage in that conduct. And like I said, I care not. You're talking about what is engaging in what is the conduct that they themselves are embarrassed and ashamed of. That's why you're acting like the actual opposite of the reality. That's why you're under what is not possibly the setting. You surround psychopaths like that with the evidence. You don't have to address it. You surround them with evidence, and that's the ongoing conduct of psychopaths. 88WF593, that old lily white demon-possessed stalker wearing the U.S.P.S. uniform. She's walking under the fake sun. And you see it right here in the parking lot over me. That is not over the roof of the Upland Public Library, which I've already documented as of 10:19 in the morning while I'm inside of the venue, arriving at 10:05 where the state keeps the fake sun over that same venue, by the way, which is up the same street, the same block, up until after 5 o'clock in the evening. All right, that's all of that is speaking to what is not the sun. And none of that coexists with what I'm documenting a year ago when I'm nowhere near the city of Upland. I'm remaining going from Riverside to Euclid Avenue at the Economy Inn, which is near the 60 freeway, all right, which is, again, documentation, big picture. Guess what? The same street, Euclid Avenue, all the way up from Upland down to with the 60 freeway, that's not moving any eastern or western direction with a light source. And it is also mutually exclusive with regard to what the state is doing on, with regard to my presence at Economy Inn. There's no way to reconcile that the state is engaging in what is rising a fake sun wherever it is that I happen to be on Hope Boulevard or in Ontario, keeping it over me, and you're seeing where I'm going to distinctly different locations. But you're looking at what are the parties that are present in relevant position while that ongoing impossible conduct is present, engaging in what is facilitation, engaging in what is demonic, and then conducting themselves while they're being documented as though they're perplexed, confused, as though it's funny. All right, and that prosecution is, and let me be clear, and that documentation, none of that's funny. Let me be clear, that's not funny at all. Let me be clear, Satan does not like to be identified. CGONCPA, that's another demon associating themselves with Cornell University. That needs to be, let me tell you something, minions coming from all manner of universities, in the military, okay, in the medical profession, sitting on benches as judges, okay, minions. It's 10:30 a.m., this is P.O.C. coming from what is 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue. 8YPG 909, 8FTK 273, 8TEM 400, 7ZTH 326, T8, I can't really see that one. It's 10:31 a.m. 5KXR 675, I believe, 8AWC 469. All right, capturing video of the state's fake sun over my head arriving to the venue as I arrive. And with regard to that arriving, I have to cross over D Street. And that's how I'm able to capture the state's fake sun over D Street in the same position it is at in the evening when I'm inside of the same venue, the Upland Public Library. You see the light source over D Street. As I continue walking to the entrance doors, the fake sun remaining in alignment with me is over the same building, over the roof area where it remains hours from now in the afternoon, where that light source is remaining for the duration of the day. And then I'm also reminding you about what is the documentation already captured last year, where it's remaining at what is the Country Village Apartments and Economy Inn. These old demons walking around with their Fisher hats on, walking their dogs, are monitoring and engaging in surveillance. These are white demons. These are old demons. These are young underage demons who are monitoring with communication devices, okay? The people of the state. At Upland Public Library. And I'm capturing that group stalking conduct as the entity acts as one. This is surveillance that's underway. That's why a fake sun is over the Upland Public Library, engaging in ongoing surveillance inside of the private space. That's the sex offender. That is the state of California and the people of the state. As I'm documenting them molesting with directed light, documenting them stalking in bathrooms as well, which is the sex offender, okay? It is currently 10:36 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, 11:51 a.m. I'm capturing images of what are demons that are stalking in the path inside of the library, keeping their eyes focused on book stacks while they are stalking with audible activity creation. They are also standing in alignment where you see them in where I'm sitting inside of study room. Directed light is inside of the venue. The fake sun's over the venue, and they are doing so as I power off the laptop. I'm packing up. You also have what are demons that are maintaining positioning while I'm doing so, tracking my every move inside. This is what is speaking to what is stalking in the bathroom, amplification of audible activity in the bathroom. I'm capturing what are demons that are engaging in. They represent the people, because you're talking about what are different faces doing the same thing, the demon-possessed population engaging in the P.O.C. inside of the venue that is the Upland Public Library. This is the pathetic posture of the demon-possessed who are inside of a library staring at books while they are stalking someone else. And this is the demon-possessed while they're doing so. They're stalking in the path, which is what is group stalking, while they are engaging in surveillance on behalf of the government. It's currently 11:52 a.m., and these are the demons that engage in what is popping in and out of the book stack, stalking with activity, manifesting light while they're stalking inside of the library, and these same demons are stalking in the bathroom. And I mean the men going inside, and those are not men. Those are the demon possessed of the male sex. I think that a man has a specific definition. These are the demon possessed. These are pathetic sex offending group stalkers that serve Satan, and they're of this population engaging in surveillance inside of the open public library. So these demons engage in what is arriving in alignment with me, and I take their images. I get close-ups of these, and understand. Let me be clear. While I'm documenting them, I'm documenting attorney Ricardo Perez. I don't have to meet that minion. This is the people of the state engaging in surveillance on behalf of the government. And they're doing it inside of open public library where they also chase into the bathroom. The male gender going into the men's restroom, stalking in the path like you see this bald-headed demon outside of the study room, stalking in the path. The female demon stalking in the path just like they are when I'm in the restroom, stalking in the path while the entity is pumping amplified audible activity inside of that bathroom. Those demons get on the elevator. This is how you know that they are demons. While they get on the elevator, impossible audible activity of elevator activity is created inside of the bathroom, which is also their crossing of path. Okay, they are doing this in engineered light. So I took images of that. I just want to give you an ongoing what it is that I'm reciting. For example, when I'm giving you a rundown of the P.O.C, how they're engaging in it at a particular moment. This is what they're doing right now as I power off the laptop. These demons get in position. They're stalking in the path while I'm turning off the laptop and packing up my property. All right, so this is the hovering stalking activity by demons. This is what they're doing in cars while they're driving by. They're not going anywhere. They being the people of the state, they're not going anywhere. A car drives by, another car is right there. The light turns green. The cars cross path. They repeatedly cross path. A vehicle remains present at the red light. One or more vehicles. They're maintaining presence. The entity is not going anywhere, and they're doing it in engineered light. Okay, so it is currently 11:54 a.m. They're doing it on behalf of the government that's stalking via law enforcement, doing it while they are stalking with the creation of noise. Noise is relevant with regard to engineered light. It's how you're monitoring. It's also demonic. Okay, this is P.O.C at Upland Public Library. It's 11:55 a.m. and this is also documentation as I remain subject to surveillance of federal stalking in the private space. That is the perpetual sex offender as I'm documenting it at the Upland Public Library. That's impossible audible activity of an elevator while a group stalker enters the restroom with simultaneity to my subtle movements. These are demons that already know what I'm doing. It's 12 p.m. This is the people stalking in the bathroom. You can be clear, Carissa, and the one identifying herself as the director. You got a demon crossing past. She's hurrying up and rushing by. As I open the door to take a picture, she's walking in directed light. You got a whole patch of them. All right, what's your name? Casey? Yeah. Casey's crossing path as well, while they have the minion that's inside of the restroom, stalking in the path, and Casey's crossing path under the fake sun that's directly over the roof. This is 12 p.m. All right, this is an entire entity that knows what you're doing in the bathroom while they're stalking together. Alrighty, it is currently, that's technical services employees only that this minion is going inside of. This is a facilitating venue. Just want to be clear. This is P.O.C. And that was amplified audible activity of the elevator while you see Casey accessing the elevator and possible noise inside of the bathroom reminiscent of the elevator. Okay, that's P.O.C. It's 12:01 p.m. As you can see, the elevator is across the walkway from the bathroom. There is no creation of what's going to be buzzing reminiscent of an elevator. It's not going to come from the employee restrooms. This is activity creation inside of the bathroom while demons are engaged in surveillance around you. And as I walk out, they start walking all around in the directed light. These are creatures that are pacing around in engineered light, monitoring sex offenders, sending in a demon to engage in that conduct to go inside of the bathroom stall. That's the people of the state. It's 12:02 p.m. This is P.O.C. I want to be clear, the same entity that is stalking via the people of the state using company brands such as Ryder, who go out of their way to engage in what is harassment, specific forms of harassment while they are monitoring the documentation. The minions that are stalking in a bathroom, they are one entity. Molesting with directed light, they are one entity. Living, working in relevant position, they are one entity acting on behalf of the state, and one entity engaging in harassment. The prosecution of what are the people of the state acting via Ryder. This is documentation of Ryder engaging in what is harassing, molestation on the streets under a fake sun while monitoring documentation, and also stalking in the bathrooms as the sex offender that it is, okay? It is 12:03 p.m. This is the exact same entity. It is the people of the state stalking in the private space. Under what's the light source that's directly over my head as I'm standing inside of the open public library. That's what I captured in images. While you see pacing in engineered light, that's P.O.C. 12:05 p.m. patrolling inside of the private space. That's activity creation. While the fake sun is over the bathroom, these are demons entering into the private space to create activity. And doing so while they are now being documented as the sex offender that they are, no longer engaging in stalking to the ignorance of the one that they are monitoring with the government. They are entering in with knowledge of the fact that they're being documented. That's a violent sex offender. It's 12:05 p.m. This is up in public library. That's Casey, that's Carissa. Those are the employees that are here monitoring with these demons who are entering inside of the bathroom with the male gender who are outside in relevant position, demons as well, monitoring while panties are down, entering inside, understand, using the sink, flushing the toilet, walking inside. It's crossing a path, audible activity, and light activity creation. This is P.O.C. It's 12:05 p.m. You hear the slamming of the door? That's P.O.C. It is 12:06 p.m. This is monitoring while one's panties are down, okay? This is documentation of what is incredibly sexually violent, and it needs to be known what the government is engaging in and the demon-possessed population routinely engage in. Patrolling inside of a private space while you are placing another under surveillance. This is P.O.C. It's 12:06 p.m. That's amplification of audible activity, reminiscent of what is an elevator, which you will not hear from the elevator that is across the on the opposite side of the room from the in the library while you're inside of the women's restroom. That's the creation of audible activity inside of the bathroom. That is serving the purposes of what is monitoring with communication devices. While demons, it's also the mark of demon possession, demons surround, who also know before they are entering inside of the bathroom to stalk, to maintain presence inside of the private space, what you are doing already inside of that private space, okay? So I want to be clear, 12:08 p.m., patrolling up and down, those are demons that are on the elevator. And so I'm speaking to, first of all, what are the elements, the bare bones elements? Activity creation inside of the bathroom. Second of all, the demonic activity, you are the impossible audible activity of what is reminiscent of the sound of the elevator, which is across the room outside of the bathroom. And doing so inside of the bathroom, so that impossible audible activity is the mark of what are demons who are surrounding you, placing you under surveillance, okay? And it is also activity creation while they are placing you under surveillance with communication devices. All right, you are under no circumstances able to hear an elevator emanating sound through the bathroom stalls inside of the bathroom. And then they engage in that demonic terrorism inside of the bathroom while demons are surrounding you inside of the bathroom. Okay, that's terrorism. Just breaking down their demonic conduct and what is sexually violent while they're doing it in a bathroom. Okay, it's P.O.C. It's 12:09 p.m. Alrighty, documenting what is the sex offender that are the people of the state. Let me be clear. While you have what is the people of the state are what is who's entering. Okay, you have a particular minion that's standing. Am I in your way?
No.
You're just standing outside of the bathroom door?
No, I'm waiting for you to come out.
How did you know I was coming out?
I heard you.
Yeah, how did you know where I was in the bathroom?
Right by the door. I heard
No,
you.
that doesn't mean that I'm standing by the door. All right, but she's standing in directed light. Okay, that's what's relevant, alrighty? And let me be clear with regard to demon possession, has nothing to do with your age. This minion is bathroom monitoring. So anyway, like I said, with regard to what is the P.O.C., this is the people of the state that are entering. And I'm going to use the same example because there is no exception. Ricardo Perez, okay, a third party whose fake son is also over me while I'm at his venue, is being documented as a sex offender, a perpetual sex offender, stalking in the bathroom while the people of the state are entering inside of that private space. Acting on behalf of an entity is what is the ongoing conduct while a government is placing you under surveillance and doing so in what is the private space that is the conduct of the sex offender that is placing you under surveillance and chasing into bathrooms while aware that they are being documented. I want to be clear on that. The entity is engaging in what is indeed the sex offense, and that's why you have what is not possibly the sun, as I captured at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. As you recall, last Sunday, where am I? I am in the city of Ontario, where the state keeps its fake sun on Hope Boulevard all day long, and then at the Ontario Town Square, and at 12 p.m., Amazon Prime is being documented as engaging in a specific form of harassment while I am documenting the minion that's stalking use of the vehicle, and then a minion flies over my head at 12 p.m. in the parking lot at 12 p.m. last Sunday. All right, this is the same time of year. You're also recalling where I'm at this time of year last year at Country Village Apartments, where the state's fake sun is captured at 7:36 in the morning. Yeah, this time of year, where am I at? 7:35 in the morning. I'm at the museum. I'm in Upland in the parking lot of the Chase Bank and the Vaughn's grocery store. I am documenting what is the maintenance of a fake sun over me at Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. These minions are stalking and engaging in surveillance, patrolling in directed light. This is a demon-possessed population running a train, walking up and down the stairs. They're pacing. All right, that's what the minions are doing outside with vehicles. They're pacing while a fake sun remains over me at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. That is not being over and is not coexisting with anywhere near Country Village Apartments last year. Anywhere near what is Stater Brothers parking lot right over my head while Amazon Prime is flying over my head last Sunday, okay, at 12 p.m. on the dot. Okay, that's what I'm showing you. The fake sun is over me where I'm standing, and I'm capturing Casey, an employee, and this Asian female who's walking very quickly. She's walking quickly because she's trying to hurry up and cross path. She's in engineer light, and the fake sun is right over my head. And by the way, 12 p.m. over the roof, where I'm arriving at what is 10 o'clock in the morning, and the fake sun is remaining stationary over the same address. Like I said, this is in all ways, in every way that you're looking at it, understanding what is surveillance, and that is indeed the sex offender that's acting on behalf of an entity such as companies such as Ryder and Amazon Prime, while they're engaging in the conduct on behalf of the people of the state, using companies to engage in state surveillance. That's the significance of that. It's 12:17 p.m., and this is the sex offenders that are the people of the state, disgusting animals. And that's exactly why that legislation is necessary to deal with that. And you will be prosecuted as a company. You will be held accountable. You will be going to federal prison, regardless of what company you are using in order to engage in state surveillance, which is a terrorizing threat while you're chasing into bathrooms, chasing from intersection to intersection, and remaining present at whatever public business or establishment, such as the Upland Public Library, and that ongoing government system is underway. All right, the same entity engaging in what is chasing in the bathrooms, that's federal stalking by entity in the private space, and that's what I just documented right now. It's 12:17 p.m. This is P.O.C. at Upland Public Library. And that is indeed criminal activity, the perpetual sex offender. That is done as an entity, the people of the state. And that is to the, on behalf of what are the people of the state who are identified indiscriminately, while the government uses the people of the state to monitor you. And that is documentation. In other words, let me give it more specifically. Attorney Ricardo Perez has just been documented engaging in what is federal stalking in the bathroom. Alrighty, while the entity acts as one. Hi, can you let me into the study room?
Sure, which one?
Number 1. Of course you wouldn't know that. Anyway, I just want to break down the reality of what is the how this group conduct works and how that prosecution of that group conduct works. Okay, so this is criminal activity on behalf of an entire entity, and by the entity, that is the people of the state who are engaging in conduct on each other's behalf. So regardless of where it is you claim you were at 12 p.m. in the afternoon, the people of the state are documented and you are documented. You're going to be prosecuted for that. That's how that works. For the government is using you as a people to engage in that criminal system. It's 12:19 p.m. This is P.O.C. It's Christina, right? Or Kristen?
I mean, Kristen. Yeah, I don't even know my name right now.
Oh, okay. She's confused about her name. Kristen. That's the old lady who walks with the hunchback. She's monitoring, regardless of what her name is, and if she is lying, then that's just probative with regard to what it is that I've already established as a POC. Nonetheless, she's representing herself as Kristen. She is monitoring in the bathroom as well. She is the employee here, so she's a state actor. I just want to document what is relevant positioning, and whether you're here working, whether you are here just engaging in surveillance, which is what the people of the state of California are doing. This is criminal activity at the Upland Public Library. It's currently 12:20 p.m. 5SFM221, and this is third party. 7S00320. This is a paper plate CB73H11. This is at 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue. It's currently 6:04 p.m. I did exit on surveillance cameras, of course, the Upland Public Library, and subject to the pattern of conduct for the duration of my time there. That is the ongoing criminal system underway at that venue, 8DSS 897, because the state of California is a stalker, and it is doing by and with the people of the state. It is currently 6:04 p.m. and I'm proceeding on Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. 7XN. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that. See, 8ZTG 569. 8RGT 643, I believe. See, 7DZF 958. 5XC 8435. 6BMT 542, molesting. License 8SQM 721. See, license 8AGU 417. I'll get that. I'll verify that in a second. This is license plate 7RDL 769 6P67335. 8AGU 437. 7RCW 945. Yeah, 8AGU 437. 1515768. Gotta make sure these demons get their proper attention. It's 6:07 p.m. 8PLN 497. Mobile detailing 5Z602E1. Molesting all of them. 8RQM, I can't really see that one. 7VPN 579. 8LGV 878. Molesting. 5NGA, I can't see that one. 0445. 0445, I can't see the rest of that one. 5SFM 221. Molesting. It's 6:08 p.m. And that is by molesting that these demons are reaching across the street, across the pathway in order to touch me on the sidewalk with directed light, as I've already shown you. While I'm at the freeway exit last night, and you've got no vehicle that has nothing to do with their headlights. You're witnessing what is spiritual darkness, okay? It's the act of dark spirits that is the manifestation of light, the directed light. It's engineered light. It's not normal light. It is the act of what is demons, okay? And that's what is wrong with the people of the state, and that is wrong. It's a matter of what is wrong with them. That is a condition that is abnormal, all right? Demon possession. And so you have what is, they're manifesting that abnormality through the conduct of directed light, and they are touching with that directed light. That is the sex offender that are the demon possessed, okay? And they are doing so on behalf of the government. The government is engaging in the pattern of conduct of surveillance, doing it with the demon possessed population. Again, doing it by and with the people of the state. That is the prosecution of a government as a sex offender. And then upon breaking down and making manifest, making clear, establishing the reality of a pattern of conduct of surveillance by government. And every tactic employed to engage in that surveillance is demonic. It is underway by those engaging in, of that condition, demon possession. That's how directed light exists, and this is what a fake sun is all about. It is the ongoing conduct of the supernatural. That is Metrolink creating audible activity. It is currently 6:10 p.m. This is P.O.C. With regard to Metrolink, that's audible activity and directed light remains. Their minions are monitoring at Chevron. They are in relevant position right now on surveillance cameras, engaging in any business, working there. They are monitoring with the state. They represent the state. And that's a facilitating venue where I'm at right now, walking past. And again, that Chevron is at 159 South Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. And it's the same for the Arco. That's the side of the street that I'm walking on. And the people of the state, these demons, are maintaining presence. literally sitting around in their cars, standing around in the quick market part, the extra mile store, like this demon is, blasting music, engaging in all manner of presence and activity creation. Alrighty, it is currently 6:10 p.m. And this demon, get them. This is the same Chevron where you saw it was lit up like a Christmas tree. Demons driving around, directed light all over the place. They don't mind showing that they are demons in California. 78MJ438. That is something that is to be prosecuted for. So, like I said, I mean, being a demon and stalking with the government, that's a federal crime. 92084G1. And this one, creating ongoing audible activity. This is an African American engaging in targeting another African American woman, that's myself, with law enforcement. Okay, has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. 6LTW607. And that's a demon. It's a black-faced demon. We're not separated by race. Okay, those that walk in darkness and those that walk in the light. That's the only thing that separates us. All right, it is contrary to what demons would like you to be distracted with. It's currently 6:11 p.m. 8CIG068, 7MMP795, 8UTW625, 5LVR274, 7YHP673. Understand that that music is the same thing as the sound of Metrolink. It's serving the same purpose. That's what you're understanding. Elements of monitoring. 6VNT872, 5NSB712, 8LOY309, and 8YGL539. And that ongoing train activity is attributed to what is Metrolink engaging in the pattern of conduct. All right, molesting 7NHW725, 5XYA429, 8XRR903, 7KKD793, SUPRX5, molesting, all of them, and Metrolink as well. Okay, Metrolink's playing a tape while someone is being sexually violated. You are a part of that molestation. That is what Metrolink serves as. 5NSB712. UPS is crossing path and molesting as well. It is currently 6:13 p.m. Seven NDF154. Eight VXB704. The demons that are residing at what is the property of 359 Euclid Avenue, using their vehicle to molest with light as I walk by it. All right, they're inside of their house engaging in that conduct. 8GSK693. Again, this is the people of the state at what is 359 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California, molesting with the demons who are outside, and they're also molesting using their vehicle that is along the sidewalk, flashing the lights on it. All you have to do is sit in your living room and use your remote to do that. And that's a demon engaging in what is a method of touching. That's a demon that's stalking while they're in relevant position at 359 Euclid Avenue, stalking on behalf of the state. And that is exactly why you're talking about what is the prosecution of a people, and no one in the state of California is resisting or avoiding that prosecution. This is the government that's present everywhere. 8GSK693, that's the license plate of the third parties. Documented them before, speaking to what is their active engagement, even when they're not using their vehicle to molest me with light, acting in concert with these demons who are outside. Ready? It is currently 6:18 p.m. 7YCF666, 8YQW526, 8EWC339, 6JJL553, CB53714, I believe, out of state, 8KVM556, 8NZA078, 8VCH756, 8HVL063, and license 7XHY247, directed light all over their property. My shadow moving across their brick wall, which is impossible light activity. Headlights are not moving diagonally across their property onto me while they're driving adjacent to me on the street. Them being the demons, that's directed light. Those are demons that are engaging in that conduct, touching with directed light. all right, and touching on that property that is a facilitating venue. That's why it's happening there, because they are monitoring, just as the demons at 359 Euclid Avenue demonstrate. License plate 7ZGS793 8HOW201. That's audible activity while molesting with directed light. Okay, that's the loud bumping the loud music. That's the Metrolink train. It's audible activity. 8FLV687 CMBUTTA 7UFT575 8KEI715 8ZWL322 7WID305 6ZNF522, I believe, 56944S2 7DFV280 5WLA667 7LYR370 7GJL368 8UYR387 molesting. Molesting. License 8G61807. And let me be clear, the minions at 358 Euclid Avenue are still engaging in an ongoing sex offense. It is not done because I walked away from what is their facilitating venue where they partook in a molestation directly. All right, I want to be clear. They are still being documented, as is attorney Ricardo Perez. I don't have to stay at his law office all day and have that demon molest me and target and harass and stalk in a bathroom. You're talking about what is conduct on behalf of the people. The people are doing it on behalf of Ricardo Perez, who will not be avoiding a federal prosecution. Alrighty, it is currently 6:21 p.m. Seven PSP 585. It is currently 6:21 p.m. 8YTP091 molesting. 5KSSO50 molesting. Freedom Care Transportation, that commercial vehicle, they're molesting. 29670C2, and that's a demon driving a commercial vehicle. AFN 4395 Washington molesting. 5SYF858 molesting. 7VYA240 6LSJ420 8JQE414 2MOPARS 8WAV871 97541C1 6BR, I can't really see that one, 023452. I'm sorry, 02345Z2 molesting. Every single last one of them. This demon's not being courteous. He's waiting for the other demon to catch up while he's stopping. Do you want to walk? Do you want to walk by? He's stalking. 6WVM994. It's not courtesy. All right, it's stalking. They are engaging in what is maintenance of presence. 6:23 p.m. I'm just referencing what that third party whose license plate I was reading. He decides to stop. He's stopping because there's more traffic to come. He's waiting for the next third party to maintain presence in light. He is not being courteous to me as though he wants me to walk. But if I did walk, understand that would be crossing a path of molestation. It's a method of touching. But I'm just breaking down what are the motives of these demons as they're engaging in a very specific pattern of conduct. It is 6:23 p.m. 5PDY358, 8UFK901, or 8UEK901, F559PO. SDP356, 7DES. I can't really see the rest of them. 3516. I can't see the rest of that. 4KZB591. 7WFT. Can't see the rest of that clip. 7AEH756. 7ZVV742, 6KGY965, 8SWV, I can't really see that one. It's 6:25 p.m. 8WNF777, molesting. 8THF590, molesting. 7HIV163, molesting. 6WCS843, 47669X1, molesting. 8PHK392, molesting. HWT389, 8VHU935, 7NEE709, 8FIL797, 5TNS 086, 8KHL433, 7WHU692, 76277C2, 8FPC731, 7ZKV605, 8SLW512, BT60K45, which is paper. The 8WCF665, 8CPY143, 8YOP331, 7AXR284, 7ZFY 706. I can't really see that one. 47658F3 or 8E3. That's a truck. 7MJJ697. You got a demon that's running back and forth across the street. He's maintaining presence. It's a psychopath. License 86RUX189, T199RO. License XAVICP2. All of them are molesting. Okay. License GOLF2DA. License 8EKS784. 7JLW069. 6BDA470. And this one is, let's see, 7JLW068. 6TMR474. 6PEK139. 8XSB211. 8YRT972, 8PRU907, 8YRT972, I read that one. 8URS540, 7LBA279, 8YRT, read that one. 6819, 8K2, 7ESP633, 7GBV710, excuse me. 5LVF 189, I think. I can't really see the rest of them. That's an old Nissan Altima. O56 LYJ, I believe, Oregon. 7UYJ 136. 8TDA 904, 09028F3, 6GAC 046, 8MGG 981, 7KTR 789, 8UYT 242, 7ZVM 344. 6GAC046, in case I didn't read that one. 6SIB 420, excuse me, Z45 3168, that's out of state. 8VZM 162. 7HEY 342. 7UZK 401. 7JGA 553. 8UZE 535. 4FKM 147. BU97R94, paper. 5TWW264. License. 7ELW124, 7AFE234, 7XFU335, 8CVX895. 8GGF756. Amazon Prime crossing path on the freeway in this directed light. That's on a brick wall where no headlights, nothing is touching it. That's directed light. 8Y17881. 8TWL. Can't see the rest of that one. License 8WZL526. This is surveillance on a freeway. That's what Amazon Prime is engaging in. And the rest of these maintenance. 8HCM939. 8WAV255. License, that's audible activity and directed light. 8HHG362. BERSRKA. Substantially similar cameras to them. It's 6:31 p.m. 8ZZJ033. 8TFN882. 7V89383. 7VOD018. 6VFU129. 3GQM951. 7BZC353. 6EM. I can't really see that one. 7GDE282. 6AWS177. 5RRL572. EMPIREC. 5JUD092, 7JWW918, 8VIU900, 15166E3, 7264503, 7ZIS, oh you can scratch that one, 8XSH799, 8UTE443, 8FLV867, 8YSJ495, 8XFN083, IST, I can't really see that. 8KXC589, you can scratch that one, I can't see the last, second to last character. 8DOC287, 6SBT687, 8RXJ331, 71870T2, 8097113, 8HZT381, 7XPT. Can't see the rest of them. It is currently, by the way, 6:33 p.m. Five UY2278. 7GJY556, 8CMC272, 5CGB078, license 8K22466, that's a demon. Reaching over as far as they can. Those aren't headlights, that's a demon. It's pathetic. License plate 7JBM175, license 7CTE469, 4RZU083, BF10T68 paper. VK, I can't see that one. 7818066, 7XQB526. Western Express crossing path, A56 dash, and I can't see the rest of them. Western Express is on the freeway crossing path. Directed light at the top of this brick wall. 8GBD015. This is ongoing surveillance, definitely. 6ZRW415, 8JUE196, 8VAP229, 8UST245, 26413K3, 7MFB656, 4UUR783, 8MVE823, 6GDT924, 8SYC829, 8WNX542, 1245, 8H3. 89P4336, BH65428, BF45S61 paper. 7RUB568, 8RJGH. I can't really see that one. This one is, what is this? Carreras Taurus, license plate. CP99496, that's Carreras Taurus. 8FSE040, 8FTP978, 8DRS409, license 6RPD940, 8AIU192, 8ZCM489, 8XZM, I can't really see that one. It is 6:37 p.m. That's audible activity as I start walking. You already know they're all demons engaging in surveillance, and you've got the state stalking by helicopter at this freeway entrance, and direct light floating at the top of the brick wall. There are no headlights that are in the sky touching that brick wall. Driving on the bridge, coming up the bridge, these demons, their headlights are not touching that brick wall. This is surveillance, and that's the sound of the creation of noise as I start walking. They are indeed all demons. License 8MVR947. And they are literally maintaining presence. It's like double Dutch for stalking, making sure that somebody stays there. They're of one mindset. This is the operation of Satan over people. CB51E24. They maintain the same mindset. It's systematic. All right, these are demons. 09476K3, 8YBY144, and 6UAL457, 8UZK409, 8SVY962, 8CWD589, 8LPF848, 8CWD589. Ooh, boy, a turn signal creating ongoing lines of light, just like they do when they're driving by me on the run. It's pathetic. It's my pleasure, though, to make sure that you know RYA61F, what is around you. And it is Satan. And there are more walking in darkness, in other words. Like I said, nothing separates us. It's not race. It's not those superficial things. There are more that are walking in darkness than there are not. And that's the reality. All right, but with regard to what is the focus, the demons that are engaged in criminal surveillance, well, there's penalties for that under existing law. 8KMB192. Very serious, heavy penalties, because this is government. CKC2467, Arizona. 6ZBC374, 8JGM607, I believe. 7ZNA658, 7NJZ905, 8HRG818, 85339G2, 6RZD073, 8WXH534, 8HPS207, 8HNW678, 4SGF944. It is currently 6:39 p.m. License 6EPK859. And 51032V1, 6:40 p.m. license 9ACC759. This pathetic stalking demon drives by with no license plates on their car. Anyway, I'm documenting Attorney Ricardo Perez, and the people of the state of California will be sought out with the long arm of the law. They're not avoiding anything. They're pathetic. License 53602X1. But let me be clear, an ongoing molestation, much the same as I'm still documenting the people of the state that engaged in a method of touching. Understand, surveillance is underway, so using your alarm on your vehicle while I am standing in front of your vehicle, or excuse me, walking by, is a method of touching, which is facilitation pursuant to what's criminal monitoring. That's interstate stalking, as they engaged in it with the government, okay? With knowledge of the fact that I'm in front of their car at that very second. That's the conduct of a demon. That's terrorism. That's also the perpetual the perpetual sex offense underway as well. And I want to be clear, an ongoing molestation is underway at the address of not only 358 Euclid Avenue, representing the people of the state who are constantly engaged in the P.O.C. The people of the state continue, the same active entity, the same deliberate acting entity is ceaselessly underway, engaging in that pattern of conduct at 358 Euclid Avenue and at 1105 Euclid Avenue, which is just a venue that's calling itself a church, iglesia, and it's not. It's not a genuine church, in other words. That's why I'm being molested with what is directed light. And directed light is the conduct. It is the behavior of demons. All right. And this ongoing conduct is occurring at what is just another address of the people of the state that happens to call itself a church. And you are understanding what is the irrelevance with regard to that. It's no exception. It's criminal. License 8XFN110, but it's not just criminal. It is demonic. All right, so I want to be clear. I want to document that, and that's how you're understanding the people of the state are acting as an entity, molesting together, and it is the documentation while one demon is driving by without a license plate because they're individualizing a system, and all of them are going to be prosecuted together. With regard to what is the people of the state, you're going to be prosecuted and then sliced down, and I will have your name. I will prosecute you for what you have engaged in as an entity, and you are not escaping anything, and I am documenting Attorney Ricardo Perez. Right now, SAVCITO is acting in concert with Ricardo Perez. 7WQS303, 8AWX430 is acting in concert with Ricardo Perez as I remain subject to surveillance on behalf of a government at third-party facilitating venue 1150 or 1105, this fake church over here, this fake iglesia, where ongoing demonic activity is underway. And demonic activity that's in violation of existing federal law. It's interstate stalking. It's currently 6:51 p.m. Oh, and these minions were acting. I took a picture. Let me reference. I took a picture of what is a demon that's on a bike. They're engaging in another method of touching. You've got demons. Let me tell you something. These demons are engaging in what it's called manifesting light. This is demonic. Okay, this is the character of the demon possessed. They are hiding behind being in their vehicles. Okay, it's not their headlights that are creating what is directed light. It's not sunlight that's ricocheting off of their cars when they're driving by me. All right, it is the conduct of the demon possessed. They are hiding behind, and by hiding I mean on a bike, appearing as though, and this is what a demon wants it to be attributed to, the bike that has a spotlight on it, that's the manifestation of light that you are witnessing. And actually it is not. That is a demon that is seeking to conceal what is its ability to manifest light. That's what those demons were doing inside of the Upland Public Library. Okay, so that demon wasn't holding a lighter and sparking light. That demon was stalking in the path with light, and they are able to do that, and they're not sitting in a car. The fake sun is not inside of the building. Okay, they're engaging what is manifesting light. Manifesting light while you're sitting on a bike with a spotlight is hiding behind the bike as the form, meaning the guise under which, meaning you're going to assume that light that you're looking at is coming from the bike. No. You're looking at what is directed light while a demon is sitting on a bike with a spotlight on it. That's what you're looking at. Okay, and it is the conduct of the demon possessed that engage in that sort of conduct. You're looking at demons that are in their vehicles while they are molesting me with directed light. They are demons that are manifesting light, all right, and while they're sitting in a vehicle with headlights on. Because it's not their headlights that are shooting diagonally, that are swiping across properties. That's not headlights. That's common sense as well. So I'm letting you know what is the conduct of the demon possessed. And this is why I speak to it. This is why I reference form. The demon possessed that are amongst us are engaged in an ongoing preoccupation with making sure that what they are engaging in is existing before what is your eyes and my eyes, who are not assuming, first of all, that you're surrounded by freak weirdos. All right. Or that they're stalking you. You're not assuming. You should be assuming that. You're not assuming that. You're talking about, you're not even privy to it. That's not even on the radar. Okay. So you were talking about what is in your ignorance. You're just looking at a car. You're not even paying attention to the light activity around you. But as you pay attention, this is what I'm showing you, helping you to focus in on. This is abnormal light activity. You should pay attention to what are multiple shadows. That's not normal light. All right. And you're talking about what is the directed light that I've shown you. That's very abnormal light. All right. And so you're talking about when I'm showing you what your eyes are looking at. Your eyes are looking at directed light swiping across that white vehicle while I'm standing in front of what I believe is 278 Euclid Avenue, like I documented the other day. And you're looking at what are headlights while those demons are driving on the street. Their headlights are not even aiming in the direction of the vehicle. It's totally disconnected. What are you looking at? Demons that are in vehicles with headlights on, but this is where their form fails. But this is the ongoing preoccupation. Demons are constantly engaging in what is to maintain the outward appearance of as to the explanation for what it is you are looking at. That's what demons do. That's what I'm referencing when I'm always talking about form, because that's what demons are preoccupied with, hiding their condition. That's what that's about. Okay? But you're breaking it down. The headlights have absolutely nothing to do with what is this trajectory of light. What is this fanning out of light? And it is unintelligent, okay? Very, very unintelligent. It's not sophisticated. You're talking about what is just merely trying to hide your condition. The character of demons, the conduct of demons, the activity that demons engage in, manifesting light. And they'll manifest light, they're manifesting light, which is entirely freak weirdo type stuff, okay? But you're talking about manifesting light, and then you're talking about what is being in a vehicle, and that manifestation of light is supposed to be attributed to. You are not even guessing twice about, oh, it's, they're in a car, it's nightfall. It's the headlights. But no, you're paying attention to actually that is not headlights. You're looking at the trajectory of light. You're looking at what is the conduct of that light that's supposed to be coming from headlights. You're looking at what is the movement of shadows, how light performs. Also the precautionary measures that are taken with regard to the use of headlights. Headlights are not reaching across highways that will be blinding. You're talking about all manner of common sense that you're using. Thank goodness I've driven before. Driven for a long, long time, okay? Been in cars, know what headlights are, and I also have a lot of common sense with regard to the light that's touching all over me while you're on the opposite side of a freeway, while it's swiping across the property. No. See, that's what they're engaging in when they've told me their secrets, all right? Because they're targeting me. You're talking about engaging in targeting someone and then thinking that you're going to kidnap and silence them and no one's ever going to hear it or believe it. So they've engaged in targeting me, in other words, as you target, you're telling your secrets. As you engage in the P.O.C, you are revealing the truth about yourself. Like I said, when I'm capturing the light source, when I'm capturing these minions in action, they're telling their own business. That's not normal light activity. You are testifying to what I just told the world about you. Okay? So you're talking about demons that are, their conduct cannot lie. Their mouths lie. Their conduct cannot lie. Okay? And that's why there's a truth spoken, as I continue to repeat. You know them by their deeds, not by what Satan lies to you about, because all that's coming out of Satan's mouth are lies. It's all audible activity. What they're doing with regard to what they want you to think they're living lives of con men, constantly hiding behind what's supposed to be the guise upon which an explanation, in other words, for what they're engaging in, which is entirely demonic. That's what demons are preoccupied with. Okay? So they're preoccupied with what is providing the ongoing explanation or reasoning behind what you are. Let me get this demon who's molesting with a baby in the back seat. Yeah, let me get this psychopath. 7MGZ651 in the streets at nightfall, stalking another woman, engaging in terrorism with the government, engaging in the predatory conduct of stalking with directed light. This is a demon who has a minor child. Demons are very demented and abnormal individuals, as I've shown you. And she is in the custody of a child while she's engaging in that pattern of conduct, which is entirely demented. Monitoring with this criminal, 8SVH681. All right, this is the demon-possessed population that are animals and are free as of right now. And existing amongst the rest of us who do not suffer from that abnormality and placing us under surveillance with the government. And also engaging in what are in positions that they have no business in, around what are the vulnerable of the population, as is this one in particular, a young child in the backseat, while you're engaging in satanic conduct, targeting another, sitting there like you would like to be a normal, and you're not. You're a demon. All right, so I just want to give you an example of that. So you're talking about what is the preoccupation, back to what I was stating, the preoccupation with providing an ongoing explanation. You're not looking at it as, or considering an explanation, but this is what demons do. you riding on a bike with a large spotlight is supposed to be to you what it is that you are looking at. That's the cause of the light, and actually that's a demon that is manifesting directed light, and that is the form. That bike with the spotlight on it is the form for what is supposed to be the substantial light that you're looking at. It's directed light. That's what I continue to point out to you. All right, and that is the ongoing concern with demons. And the purpose of that is to make sure that there is a quote unquote natural explanation. And that's supposed to be the natural explanation, but I've even broken that down. It's not even an explanation. These demons, you're talking about what is malicious, not smart, okay? It's just wicked. It's not witty. Like I said before, they are numerous. They're not ingenious. They are not smart, okay? You're talking about having a lack of, you're talking about assuming somebody doesn't have a lot of common sense. They're not even smart with what they're doing, because you're able to see what are unpersuasive and unintelligent efforts to provide form for what is directed light. Again, remember, directed light, that is the ongoing evidence of demon possession. Directed light is a scientific impossibility. The conduct of that light, it's engineered light, as I've referenced it. And that's just for purposes of applying a nomenclature to what is supernatural conduct of demons, okay? And so it is, in other words, it's not normal light, it's abnormal light. That's what causes that light ricocheting conduct off of surfaces. This is demonic, okay? And so it is the conduct of those that are of that condition. And it is instrumental with their conduct, their criminal activity of monitoring with communication devices. That's why it's relevant that you're a demon. And it's also not impossible. It is directly capable of being discerned. And in a court of law, you can literally be prosecuted, because you're talking about what's the environment. Everybody's able to witness the environment, and you're able to document the demonic conduct. Oh yeah, that's a matter of evidence. Speaking to what is your condition while you're engaging in criminal activity on behalf of a public entity, every single aspect of that is that which is readily capable of being documented and presented in a court. You're not talking about a witch hunt, where you're talking about a whole bunch of hearsay, and you can't establish what it is that you're alleging with regard to some supernatural condition of people. That's not what this is. You are talking about what is clearly not the sun. All right, and it's relevant to everyone else. You're talking about the rest of the country that could testify. Okay, because we got a light source over us over here in Australia. So what is that over Erica Lorraine? Exactly. Okay, this is very, very clear. This is not rocket science. All right, so you're talking about what is, but it doesn't even have to be Australia. You're talking about what is in Nevada, because the light source remains over whatever building I'm in all day long, and I purposefully documented and published it. It's a matter of ongoing, long existing documentation. Okay? That is, second of all, capable of being used by any other person, by the way, when you're seeking to show what is not the sun that's over you. But I'll leave that alone. I'm showing you how to document and how you're going to prosecute. And the entity is engaging in what is conduct in an unnatural environment. That is speaking to demon possession, a demon-possessed population. Secondly, demons are preoccupied with what is providing an outward form for what is their demonic possession. They want to hide, in other words, the fact that they are engaging in supernatural conduct, which is now going to be grounds for what is prosecution as a terrorist, while you're engaging in placing another under surveillance with a government. This is directed light. This is conduct that they're engaging in on a day-to-day basis. Hundreds of videos. I got thousands of videos of the entity engaging in this. I've separated over 700 of them, but I have even more that I have not even gone through all of my documentation and separated those where you are able to witness the people of the state. And that's also the grounds for what is no person in the state of California is escaping a prosecution. It is understood that the government, as I am establishing what is a very real criminal system, the government is engaging in surveillance, and the government is doing it through the people. The people of the state are now subject to, upon establishing this precedent, where the government is placing you under surveillance, it is establishing what shall be the prosecution of the people of whatever state, because that's how the government is doing it. Okay, and it's an entirely satanic system, and there is no person that is avoiding that prosecution. All right, so you're talking about what is an ongoing environment. That environment is present because every single last one of these minions, everywhere that you go, are surrounding. Every single last one of them, keeping you under surveillance. So this ongoing, unspoken system, all right, this demon-possessed society that's engaging in this criminal system in the U.S. is no longer concealed. All right, and with regard to the relevance of a prosecution, they are in that same regard in no way avoiding prosecution. There is no legally relevant argument. It's not about where you say that you were outside of the presence of Erica Lorraine Spencer. It's about the fact that the government is to be prosecuted as it is placing you under surveillance with the people of the state. The people of the state is uniform. It's not based on where Ricardo was at 3:32 p.m. when I'm documenting the fake sun over me when I'm in Riverside, California, and he was in what was San Pedro. That's not what this is. You're going to be prosecuted as the people of the state. The people of the state are engaging in criminal conduct with the government. So you need to understand the term, the people of the state. That's a very specific term. It has a legal definition, and it is serving for what is the prosecution of the people while the government is placing those in the state of California under surveillance. All right, so that's how that works, and that's how you have one minion that's engaging in what is stalking and about them on behalf of the whole entity. It doesn't matter how many people you document. In other words, that's what I'm saying. That's not what this is about. You are prosecuting the government. You're documenting the government as you are writing down Ricardo Perez's name and his address where you are subject to molestation with direct light. I mean, if you're writing it down, whatever you're doing, however you're documenting it. And you're documenting what is the government. It's going by the name of Ricardo Perez. Ricardo Perez represents the state. Ricardo Perez is under the fake sun. His venue is under the fake sun. His venue is being covered with directed light. I am being molested with directed light while in relevant position. And also as I continue going wherever it is that I go, because the people of the state are surrounding everywhere on behalf of that government in that unnatural environment. All right? And around we go. That's the prosecution of the people. It is currently 7:04 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, group stalking at Bank of America. 5S 45475. 4WXG 988. And these are just minions that are lining the path as I walk past this venue. Again, this is 735 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario. That's facilitation as you are engaging in the conduct. The minions at El Pescador are monitoring. The minions inside of the plaza of the Blink Fitness are monitoring. Okay, they're sitting around in their cars as I've walked through and taken pictures and shown you. They are stalking in the path. They are waiting for me to arrive. They are engaging in an ongoing lining of the path. This is a demonic system, and that is the state of California. That is the ongoing conduct of the people of the state of California, acting on behalf of the entity, by the way. Every single last one of the people of the state of California are going to be prosecuted. This is the new grounds of prosecuting the government. And the government's partner is going to be prosecuted, period. You're just talking about what is the ability to prosecute. What the government never foresaw was ever going to be capable of being placed into a legal framework. There it is. It is currently 7:08 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, group stalking with the spotlight on a bike. That's CPU8LEX. 8XZE915, 8TWL948, 5VUT173, 2ABZ479. Again, what's the significance of the bike with the light? That's a demon stalking in the path with light. 8ZHC673, 7VQZ201, 8SMA143. 7BWG440. Just want to recite some of those license plates of those demons that are monitoring with that demon that's crossing paths on the sidewalk with me with the spotlight. Okay, 5YFE466. It's 7:09 p.m. Demons at G Street and Euclid Avenue. Heavily documented demon possession over here, stalking. And they're lined up at the intersection waiting to be documented. 7LFD236. 8LOX466, 8LOX466, 3XHW004, 8MKK262, 6TCT551, 7TOE188, molesting, 7MLU806, molesting, 8PSA529, molesting. License 8ZUP669, molesting. See that one. 8PMN313, molesting. I can't really see that one. It's and again, the minions at what are El Pescador, that's the ability to identify the people of the state by an entire venue name. the minions that work at El Pescador, the minions that are sitting there as patrons, using it as a means of stalking in the path, because that's all that the demon possessed are consumed with. That's it. That's why directed light is present. That's why these demons are engaging in side swiping with directed light, trying to come around from behind me to touch with light and zoom off. They're stalking together inside of El Pescador, and El Pescador is being documented as a sex offender present on behalf of the people of the state in relevant position. Okay, 8PQY 808, 8AUL 180. El Pescador is not a crab, crawfish, and seafood. That's the venue that's adjacent to it. Where they're in the parking lot that I walked through already, I read all the license plates, aiming light toward this direction of the street. That's a demon. Capturing an image of that's a demon stalking in the path with light. That's El Pescador. It is currently 7:12 p.m. And I have, the fake sun is over me during the morning. There's no question about what is the ongoing P.O.C. And that's entirely demonic. Where you're talking about aiming light and then the demons are driving through it, they're creating light activity. Okay? And they are monitoring to that. And then the demon-possessed population are sitting around like they're normal, in other words. That's what they do. It's entirely demented. Okay? And that is an aspect of what is that terrorism that they're going to be prosecuted for. It is in no way persuasive with regard to the pattern of conduct. The people of the state to be prosecuted for what are demented psychopath level conduct while they are engaging in placing another under surveillance and then turning their back the opposite direction as though they're concerned with something. That's entirely demented. Okay, and this is the role that the demon possessed play. License plate 8YLE040, molesting, African American female. One in the backseat, 8YLE040, molesting, stopping on the side of the road. There's a male driving that vehicle, a female in the passenger seat, and another one in the backseat. They're stopping on the side and touching you for a prolonged period. It's currently 7:13 p.m. These demons are creating audible activity. This is so pathetic. 7LCE525. That's 7LCL525. License 7GMZ342. They're both stalking. Honking their horns is audible activity, and they're monitoring with the African Americans who stopped on the side of the road behind me to touch with light. And as I turn around to get their license plate, then they speed off. Then those demons start honking their horns when they are creating audible activity. It's not a buildup of traffic. They're all stalking together. That's the conduct of the demon-possessed. They are and that's a level of what is the terrorism that the demon-possessed population engage in. The absolutely demented conduct that they demonstrate. It is not persuasive. You are under a fake sun, and that entire environment is what surrounds them. And what is going to enhance that prosecution as a terrorist is the conduct of the demon-possessed population, where they are engaging in what is turning their back the opposite direction. I'm not suggesting that they're supposed to turn around and be like, okay, you got me, you're stalking. That's not what I expect a stalker to do either. But I'm stating that it is directly relevant, the way that they are outwardly conducting themselves. When you are engaging in heavy duty stalking, that is very disturbing. That is very, very disturbing what they do. All right, and it's directly relevant. And I want to be clear that conduct that the entity engages in, this highly passive aggressive, even though passive aggressive is that's not sufficient either to describe, to articulate what the demon possessed do. But in other words, for lack of better terms to articulate it, this passive aggressive stalking conduct is that which the entity maintains and engages in, because you are supposed to be falsely depicted as paranoid schizophrenic, all right, or as hallucinating. But when you are speaking to what is surrounded with evidence, when you have been documented, when your condition has been made manifest, when, in other words, your lies are not going to work, you are looking at what is that very disturbed psychopath that is present in every single last one of them. This is the demon-possessed population. So you are looking at what is that very dangerous and unstable, delusional psychopath in their rawest form, unadulterated, demon possession, malice. Okay, but let me be clear. What's that form supposed to be? Oh, it's supposed to be the fact that, oh, they don't know you and you're just hallucinating, and oh man, she's really disturbed. Oh my gosh, she really needs. That's the 8EMJ388. That's the form. That's the form. That is the guise under which they engage in it. But like I said, the demon possessed population, Satan itself, the people of the state, have in no way any preparation for what is the legal framework, the documentation, the surrounding with evidence for what is an objectively demonstrated criminal system, which is also demonic. Demonstrating both of it. The fact that it's criminal, the fact that it's the government that's engaging in the criminal system, and that it's rooted in Satanism. 7CKR650. The entity is woefully unprepared for that. Okay? 8PDD707. 7KLW672. So like I stated, that is directly relevant to the way in which the people of the state shall be prosecuted. And that's why I love to capture the audible activity. That's why I love to capture up-close images, because not only am I teaching you about the demon-possessed, I am showing you about the conduct, the way that Satan conducts itself. All right? And it does not matter, in other words. You will trust what it is that your eyes are looking at. And not with regard to the deception of demons. You're going to trust what you see. You see that light source over your head, you know what's going on. You see that directed light, and you know what directed light is? You know what's going on. And you shall not be deceived by what is the audible activity, which is none other than serving to monitor you and deceive you, because Satan is a liar, an unintelligent one. 8MJZ834, 8UMY533. And it is literally formulaic. It's an ongoing the demonic formula. 3206-9X1. You see directed light, you already know immediately. It is axiomatic, in other words. It is axiomatic where there is, and this is the true statement, where there is directed light, it is axiomatic that you are subject to surveillance, and not surveillance by any entity. It is surveillance by a demon-possessed entity that is doing it in concert with the state, the public entity. That is axiomatic. Okay, 8DHY795. The one aspect that directed light, the light source, is directly relevant to and probative of what is nothing other than that surveillance system. Okay, and that's exactly how that works. That's exactly how that works. And one circumstance is revealing of all of that. Okay, and this is how Satan has no more secrets, and the demon-possessed have no more secrets. 8RIV101. 8WSL652. License 7KUA015. And this is Gloria's Cochinas that you hear. They're all in relevant position. I documented tons of license plates in their parking lot last night, and then they engaged in parking lot pimping, in other words. You got them going back there, making sure that they're maintaining presence in the path, acting like they're falling asleep while they're molesting me with light. That's relevant to the psychopaths that are the people of the state. Engaging in the same P.O.C. But it's an exception because he actually fell asleep at the wheel while he's molesting, and just coincidentally or accidentally engaging in that ongoing demonic pattern of stalking in the path with light. 26390P2. That's what I documented last night. 8FHV 826. 8ESX 220. 8PCT 846. Molesting all of them at 7:19 p.m. 8EQC 302. 84788Y1. 88Y1. 8VYD 179. 6KPK 132, I think. I want to see the rest of one. It is 7:19 p.m. Alrighty, monitoring with the entity that's using emergency vehicle lights in alignment with C Street at the Inland Conservatory for the Performing Arts, 7UDX558, 8TZL832, 7BBZ531. And I took a picture of that. It is directed lights and possible light activity that's reaching all the way over here on the mailboxes of the property of the Inland Conservatory for the Performing Arts. This African-American male, he's overweight, drives the Lexus SUV. He was stalking the other night, and he's monitoring right now, stalking. AU38S69, that's a paper plate on the back of his Lexus, and the front license plate is 6NFC603, okay? And those are lights, vehicle lights of the that looks like American Medical Response, creating lights during, which is, in alignment with what is C Street. In doing so, we're at C Street. This is where I'm at, where the Inland Conservatory for the Performing Arts is located. They are inside in relevant position, monitoring with the state in that manner. All right, they don't have to be outside with the entity while it creates light activity. This is the entity engaging in that concerted conduct, and it is also creating what is impossible light activity while the mailbox is here. You can see the red and yellow lights touching on the mailbox. That's absolutely ridiculously impossible light. And this sex offender molesting while you're stalking. That's assault with a deadly weapon. This sex offender is molesting with light. It's a male driving the vehicle. This is license plate 7K PG 776. And he is stalking with license, let me see, 8XDX590, sitting at the stoplight with no lights on and then touches me with lights. Again, that's license 8XDX507, excuse me. That's a molestation and that's assault with a deadly weapon, and I did capture images of that. Let me be clear. The people of the state at what is, again, 395, they're being documented right now. Attorney Ricardo Perez is being documented right now. License 7VES501, third-party group stalker writer that likes to engage in specific forms of harassment. They are also engaging in what is assault with a deadly weapon. They are also engaging in what is terrorism with the entity, which they like to do on video under the fake sun during the day, and they're continuously being documented. License 7ADL935, 8LTP455. And again, that third party is engaging in what is assault with a deadly weapon, coming across the corner and coming right in front of me. And let me be clear, where the entity is stalking via law enforcement, stalking by planes and helicopters, stalking as an entity, who are demons engaging in all manner of violation of my person with directed light. You have every reasonable basis to fear what is a battery, and that's what the entity continuously engages in while they are using their vehicles to engage in stalking. And while you are stalking, that is exactly what you are doing. You are engaging in what is speeding toward me in order to molest me. That's a very violent sex offender engaging in what is that level of desperation, which is exceedingly violent and a threat to your person. I want to be clear. And that's a threat that is perpetrated by the entity. And that's the third party who I'm documenting, and that is conduct on behalf of the people of the state. Every single last one is going to be prosecuted with that entity, while, by the way, loitering in relevant position at the opposite end of the street the entire time. While you heard me say that, the moment that you just heard me say, well, by the way, that demon that engaged in that assault with a deadly weapon has been loitering in relevant position the entire time. That's a demon that's listening to me document it. And I'm documenting the entirety of the people, by the way. Every single last one of them engaged in that assault with a deadly weapon. And the entity is stalking in the path with impossible light activity that's moving across the third-party facilitating venue, where demons are engaging in conduct that has nothing to do with the performing arts. I'll tell you that much. So let's read the license plates of those demons that are monitoring with the state that's creating light activity. That's, again, the demons that are in positions that they have no business in, using an ambulance and fire trucks to stalk in the path of light. 5UJH877, that's the conduct of a demon. All right, that's the people of the state on a bike using a spotlight. Stalking in the path of light, that's a demon. 7XGS241, 7KKS271. Sitting in the parking lot waiting to move, and does so, that's directed light. It's not their headlights. That's a demon that's stalking. And that is license plate 8EQC302, sitting in the parking lot the whole time. The moment that I walk into the parking lot, this is when they turn their vehicle, all right? Just driving in circles, coming back around to touch the wall with directed light. That's, again, 8EQC302. That's a psychopath. That's a demon. 7SJX067, 8DWN774, 8SMJ250, 6VMR051, 8ZXL390, 7KLT438, 7PAU261. They're all monitoring with the state that's creating light in relevant position in alignment with C Street. That's creating light around the perimeter. And this is what these demons do in their own vehicles. That's exactly what they're doing on what is Laurel right now, outside of third-party facilitating venue Frontier Communications. This is the same venue where I showed you the chiropractor's office, where the fake sun remained over that chiropractor's office all day long in November 2021. 7HBP754, 6ARU381, 7RIB444. This is demonic pacing. They're already in what is engineered light. That's why I have shadows on my left and my right. And they are then driving around in that engineered light. These are demons. That's terrorism. They're just driving around in circles all around me, while the demons of the state acting directly are using a state vehicle. All right, that's a state vehicle, meaning a police vehicle, an ambulance, and or a fire truck, to create light activity. They're just lighting it up like a Christmas tree. And that is supposed to be the form, which it is not. Those are demons that are stalking with light, because those lights are not going to be touching, creating any light activity, any light reflection whatsoever in the color and in their red and yellow lights on the mailboxes of the Inland Conservatory of the performing arts. Those are demons engaging in what is that form. All right, has nothing to do with their fire trucks. That's the same exact conduct, and it is entirely unintelligent. Okay, you're talking about what are demons of the fire department, demons of American Medical Response, demons of the Ontario Police Department. This is P.O.C. That is documentation of the third parties that are pacing around the venue. This is this is P.O.C. at the Inland Conservatory for the Performing Arts. And that's nothing but a name of a venue, because those are demons creating audible activity. License 6SPZ089, molesting. (8LTP455), in case I didn't read that one. 7ADL935. 7VES501. And the minions that are not engaged in focusing on anything related to the performing arts, they're stalking in the path, engaging in demonic activity, coming out to their vehicle to create activity. That's what they're doing. 7VZA415, stalking, parked in the red on the side of this abandoned vehicle where the big and tall, abandoned building is, big and tall. Maintaining presence. License 7VZA415, that's stalking. Molesting with 6LRW14, I can't say when, 7TCF092, 7TIZ473. Alrighty, this African-American female, this is a minion, and she's molesting. She's engaging in facilitation. While the entity is aiming its lights on what is C Street in alignment with the Inland Conservatory, she is sitting parked in on the side of what is the big and tall in order to maintain presence. Facilitation while these demons are patrolling, okay? This is an African-American female, an old woman. This is a bag of bones, as I refer to them. This is a minion and engaging in the same exact P.O.C. That prosecution is not going to be any respecter to your race or your age. This is a government system, and monitoring what the demons inside of Inland Conservatory for the performing arts, getting in and out of their cars, starting in and turning it off. It's light activity. The African-American whose license plate I already read, let me read it again. He hops in his car, hops out of his car, monitoring with this demon, 8WED859. And this demon, I read his license plate. I'm going to read it to you again. 7BBZ531. P.O.C. It is currently 7:30 p.m. This is ongoing patrolling and in directed light. These are cockroaches. That's all they are. They're a bunch of cockroaches. 32069X1. Omnitrans crossing path. License 5FNM606, I believe. 8KVV082. All right, and that African-American female took an up-close picture of that demon's face. She is engaging in the demonic pattern of stalking in the path with light, surrounding the perimeter with light. That's what she's doing, using her vehicle to do so. She's facilitating the pattern of conduct with the state that's using a state vehicle to create light, which is no way, it's not going to touch the Wells Fargo. It's not going to touch the mailboxes. This is entirely demonic, and that's a demonic act of facilitation. And I captured her images, and I've also recited her license plate, but I'm just speaking to the significance of the pictures that I took. That's an up-close picture of a demon-possessed stalker. License plate, a black-faced demon-possessed stalker, 8YWV893. It's 7:31 p.m. License 8UCN857 92560P2 8KTF290 8XFC137. Let's see, license. I can't really see that one. 8TND504, and it's 7:31 p.m. And this entire entity engaging in, so like I said, I want to continue to make sure it's clear what you're documenting. You're documenting a government, all right? You're documenting the people of the state that are acting on behalf of a government. As you are documenting the people of the state, for example, by a license plate, that license plate represents the people of the state. That's conduct on behalf of the people of the state. All of them together are acting deliberately on behalf of a government. When you are prosecuted, your name is going to be held in isolation, and you will be held accountable for the conduct that the entity engaged in. But they are acting as one. Understand that. The entire entity documented engaging in what is assault with a deadly weapon while molesting my person, stalking on behalf of a government. Okay, that's the extent that they go to engage in that conduct, and that will be for purposes of prosecuting you. The ongoing conduct that is an ongoing threat to the life and the physical safety while you're stalking as a demon. That's how far you go. All right, it is currently 7:32 p.m. Got a demon stalking in the parking lot of Wells Fargo, monitoring with the entity using its fire trucks and ambulances light activity. ATFW545. You're going to remember what is in alignment, what I took a picture of them on C Street at Euclid. What is in alignment is what I've already documented during the day under the fake sun. And that is the entity, that's the College of Law, University of LORRAINE. That's the street that's in alignment across from what is the fire department. That's the state facilitating venue. All right. And that is, again, that distance is not touching the Wells Fargo with light. Those are demons. Okay. That is how you are witnessing their demon possession. In the same way, when they are engaging in what is a crossing path under the fake sun, they are demonstrating demon possession. Those under the fake sun are demon possessed. All right. Those engaging in what is the conduct of directed light, they are demon possessed. And that impossible light activity touching on the walls of Wells Fargo, as I'm looking at it, that's impossible light activity. All right. Not reaching from what is the depths on the opposite side, literally Sultana and Euclid Avenue, on the mailboxes, that the black mailboxes outside of the Inland Conservatory for the Performing Arts are not going to have red and yellow lights touching. And that's supposed to be, again, that's what I mean by unintelligent. That's what I mean by literally just unsophisticated. It's purely wicked, and it's literally asinine. That's the Ontario Fire Department. And they're stalking in the path. That's demonic. And all those demons, as I'm reading their license plates, they're pacing all around, driving on Laurel, sitting on the side of Laurel in their car. The old black woman that I took a picture of, and she's sitting on the side of Euclid. The black man, the black dude that comes out of Inland Conservatory for the Performing Arts, he gets in his car, then he gets out of his car, then he gets in the car. He's creating activity while he's doing that. And then he starts his car again, and he drives off. He's crossing path. Ongoing traffic on Euclid Avenue, all right? And the demons in the parking lot, I told you, they're waiting, and that's exactly what they're doing. She waits. The moment I enter the parking lot, then she backs out of the parking lot. That's creation of directed light. It's not headlights. That's a demon that's relying on the form of the car that she's driving in. That's directed light that's sweeping across. And she's waiting until the moment that I walk into the parking lot. She drives out of the parking lot, drives back into the parking lot. They're pacing around. And they're stalking with these demons of the Ontario Fire Department, whose fire truck lights are not going to be appearing on the walls of the Wells Fargo at that distance. They're not going to be appearing on the mailbox of the Inland Conservatory for the Performing Arts at Euclid Avenue, where they are in alignment at Sultana, which are demons who are maintaining perfect alignment with me, as the fake sun is during the day. This is the conduct of Satan. You're paying attention to the alignment conduct. Alignment right over my head. Alignment in, with my person while manifesting light. And then you're paying attention to what is the absurdity of that light conduct. You're looking at the light, but you know that that's not coming from what is headlights. You're looking at the light, but you're looking at the distance, and that's not light activity that you're going to see on that object, where it's supposedly coming from what's supposed to be an object that is literally on the opposite side of the entire plaza. It's impossible light activity. All right, and these are demons that are engaging in criminal activity. These are the demons of the Ontario Fire Department. I'm going to recite their license plate. That was facilitation. That was ongoing. As I call them, cockroaches. That's exactly what they are. And they are animated by the demons of the Ontario Fire Department, who were using their vehicle lights as light activity. This is license 1332569. Again, that's Ontario Fire Department, who have been stalking in the path, awaiting for my arrival as I walk to C Street, using that vehicle as not only light, it's facilitation. Let me be clear, it's for the radius. The entity is stalking via aircraft. The entity is maintaining and monitoring at B&G Plaza, Ontario Town Square Townhomes, not only at the Inland Conservatory for the Performing Arts, that non-church Lavos, they are in relevant position. Their truck is a means of light activity in the atmosphere. Then you have what is the demonic light. Their fire truck is the conduct, what demons hide behind, where you have impossible light activity that was touching on the surfaces around me. That's supposed to be the color of their fire truck lights. These are demons. Again, this is license plate 1332569. These are the demons of the Ontario Fire Department. It is currently 7:37 p.m. You guys putting out a fire over here? You guys putting out a fire over here? Training. Oh, training. That's what you call it, right, minions? Got it. Training. Okay, anyway, that's P.O.C. Those are the demons of the Ontario Fire Department. Directed light during the nightfall, directed light during the day, as you saw at 1258 Euclid Avenue. That fake sun over my head while the demons of the Ontario Fire Department were stalking. You have what is directed light flashing underneath their fire truck while the demons of the Ontario Fire Department were stalking. All right, in doing so, within what is an ongoing body of evidence speaking to that impossibility of that environment that surrounded them, while they want to call it what is a car accident and what they're calling this, which is training. Satan can call it whatever it wants. It's ongoing surveillance, and that is the pattern of conduct that is ceaselessly underway at 7:38 p.m. And I did capture a series of images of that. This is P.O.C. Got a demon stalking in the path with light, Metro 102, sitting in the middle of the street with their hazards on. It's the same thing the fire department is doing. You're talking about what is a different type of vehicle, the state acting directly versus the state acting vicariously. The demons in a fire truck versus the demon in their own vehicle. That's exactly what they're doing. It's the same demonic activity. 8WOT 874. License BN78H02, that's paper. License 24613Z2, and license, this is Metro 102 apartments. The entirety of this property is monitoring. All right, this is a black BMW with a ripped off paper plate and no plates and no visible VIN. I do see a short VIN number on the back of this black license plate parked at the property of Metro 102, 864992. And that's all I see. It says 05 BMW 525 LUK. And that's all I can see. Removing the ways to identify that vehicle. It's currently 7:43 p.m. 7XJA175. 7UTV767. 8UVH659. Monitoring with the other demon who's using their hazard lights. The license plates 8FJM436, 8YCP148, 6UXB172, 6SYN872, 8HFV033. License 7RXG625, and license 8VAT304, 8SUG741, license 7ZYR467. And these are third parties that are at Metro 102 parked on the property. They're monitoring with this minion that is engaging in facilitation for the people of the state inside of these properties in relevant position to monitor, including the B&G Plaza. That's Andy's Burgers. That's Shiro's Liquor. That is the Metro T-Mobile. That is Center Ice Arena. It's facilitation. It's massive facilitation. License 7SMJ084. In case I didn't read that one. 8UVH659 coming to park beside the fire hydrant in order to maintain presence. Reversing in front of me in order to molest. And doing so because I'm standing at the gate of Metro 102 reading those license plates. This is the demon stalking in the path with light. 76747A1. License 5CDF935. Let's see. License, let's see. This is an African American male. This is a license plate. Oh, here we go. BL47717, and the VIN number is JTHBH96S2650001515. It's a 2006 Lexus with a paper plate. It's hazard lights on, and the African American license 8WHZ944 in the middle of the street between what is Ontario Town Square Townhomes and the Metro 102 apartment. It is 7:46 p.m. and I did capture an image of that. License 8MBU106. License 7DGR522. Seven XNL741, 7VYV205, 8ZCM368, please. 8ZOM368. It is 7:47 p.m. 8YWR, excuse me, 8WRY460, 5UAE144, 8KNW023, 8TJL399. Plate. License plate 12135U2. License plate 6YDP849. Let me take a picture of you again. This is license plate. This is license plate. This is the people of the state engaging in threatening while he's monitoring. License plate 8WHC944.
It don't matter.
This minion is out here stalking, and he's assuming what I'm doing phone while I'm in public, while he's engaging the P.O.C, and he's monitoring with the minion sitting in his vehicle. He's been engaged in terrorism, sitting in the vehicle with his hazard lights on, and then engaging in what is telling me what to do with my property while he is monitoring with the state. And let me be clear, this is a black-faced demon monitoring with law enforcement with the minor child in the vehicle. Okay, this is license 8WHZ944, admitting to being a stalker, by the way, which I don't need him to do. But while I'm on the opposite side of the sidewalk in the dark, holding my phone up, could be doing anything. He's talking about don't take a picture. How do you even know what I'm doing on my phone on the opposite side of the street? And why are you focused on me while you're stalking? All right, that's P.O.C. It's 7:50 p.m. That is facilitation, by the way. All of that is audible activity while the people are engaging in harassment while you will be documented. That's Ontario Town Square. That's on Metro 102. License 7YOL367, 12135U2, 4NHC969, 7MZP329, 8CVL684, 8AWB017, 7NQP901. It's currently 7:50 p.m. That's the minion creating audible activity. That's the conduct of a psychopath that's stalking. License 6BDT701, 8ZCE503. And let me be clear, that minion, that psychopath, that stalker, that's hostile to being documented. Not only are you going to be documented, you're going to be documented while you're speaking on behalf of the whole entity, including the minions at what are 358 Euclid Avenue, 7RZY672, including attorney Ricardo Perez. Okay, including the company that is Ryder, Amazon Prime, you name it. That's the people of the state, 8RWT360. They are acting on behalf, present, stalking, harassing, molesting on behalf of the state of California, 8NOC073. While you're engaging in facilitation, these minions are living in relevant position. That's what the Ontario Fire Department are doing. It's facilitation while this entire property is engaging in the P.O.C. It is currently 7:51 p.m. And that is like entirely demented. You are a whole psychopath sitting around stalking somebody else, and the fact that it's not a secret anymore, and now you're mad about it because the process shall be to publish your identity to the masses and then prosecute you because it's a government. License CW 85273. That's Arizona, I think. No. That's out of state. I don't know what state that is. It's 7:52 p.m. (8ZGY321) BK69M81 paper 6THF473. (7VDR829) BN37110. I'm sorry, BN31036. That's paper. License Ontario Town Square, appropriately documented. Minion tracking my steps. License 5JAV037. All Alrighty, not that I need it, but I'm just speaking to this is a pattern of conduct. There's no question about that. It's not an ongoing coincidence where you have minions arriving, where it is that I'm walking, meeting. They're stalking. 8BBX979, 5SWE763. Eight UCP671. 7DHJ526. 6XXJ269. 6JGG039. 7DHN533. License plate 7YRT682. The minions of the Ontario Fire Department are monitoring. That's exactly what they were demonstrating. Group stalking in alignment to me while they're demonstrating demon possession while their fire truck lights are not possibly touching the Inland Conservatory. 7UVW432. They're in there in that safe facilitated venue. They're monitoring as well. And they're monitoring to what are the people of the state who are harassing because they're demon possession and the fact that they're stalkers, as they admit it. Talking about what I'm doing on my phone on the opposite side of the street. I can hold my phone up if I want to, which I continue to do. And I also took more pictures of them. 8EAX502. It's absurd. This is dealing with, again, that's the delusion of the demon possessed. And let me be clear, that's relevant to the terrorism that the people are engaging in. Okay, you have a rude awakening coming, a very rude one. 7RXX121, 873K44, Nevada, 8YAK945. You are literally sitting up being an entire stalker, and then you're going to be mad because somebody is going to prosecute you for stalking. 8WGF032, the notion in and of itself is not new. It is absurd. It is absolutely absurd. License 8XLN515 SEEFJ 80871Z2. It's 7:56 p.m. Yeah, SEEEJ. Demon. It is 7:56 p.m. 8VBM270. Eight YWT029. 8ZEN775. License 6JXX220. Okay, in case I did not read these, let me go through these. 89604N2, 4WSV412, 5FYH623, 8HCR798, 7MAV137, 6FON938, 7XOV891, 5A15945, 8FVA463, 4ZTM434, license plate DQFD436. Looks like one of those European license plates on a black BMW. 7ALY283, 8VRL731, 8WOD420, And you heard that skateboard in the background. That's a demon that's creating audible activity, while the other demon is already driving on the street that's intending to cross paths with light. They're acting as one, okay? That's why you heard the skateboard and then you heard me recite the license plate. Those are demons that are pacing. That demon was on a skateboard. The other one was in a vehicle, which is not the form for what is directed light. That's moving across the venue. License BFN9. I can't really see that. That's the paper plate. But that is the ongoing concerted activity by the demon possessed. 8 NOC 073. You're talking about what is familiarity based on their condition in the natural, not necessarily knowing each other or communicating with each other. You're dealing with demonic activity. Okay. It's 8 p.m. 7YJP 952. Impossible audible activity of Union Pacific, and using it as a means of audible activity while the demons are pacing on Hope Boulevard right now. And that's the ongoing P.O.C. while I sleep at the museum, by the way. The entity is amplifying it while I'm literally operating my phone. B&G Plaza is monitoring group stalking at Andy's Burgers. You already know how that P.O.C. goes. I've literally captured them day and night in directed light, and the entity is sounding train activity. That's called amplification. And the entity is hovering by an aircraft in directed light and touching 8YJL 815. It is 8:02 p.m. 8WXB 717. 7LDE 620. All right, license 8L39040 molesting, 8WBX253 molesting, 6RXC669 molesting, and 8JLC507, 8ROJ069 molesting, and so is Union Pacific, okay? So is attorney Ricardo Perez, okay? So is the minions that are associated with the third-party facilitating venue, 359 Euclid Avenue. All right, so is the company rider. The entity is acting as one, harassing, engaging in assault with a deadly weapon as one, okay, while they are stalking at intersections on behalf of the government. License plate 3UBD556. That's P.O.C. License 8UFX429 04556L1 5WAJ7. I can't see the rest of that one. 6RZJ013. I believe that's the same meaning I documented tons of times. 6ZR. I can't see that one. 7WSS294. 8AFP603. That's P.O.C. It's 8:04 p.m. Coming from the back street of Transit, stalking in the path. Going into the parking lot of Andy's Burgers, touching with light. That's a demon, it's not their headlights. They're touching around on the surfaces with light. And let me read these demons' license plates. 7NDR179, 7K66731, 6KMW074, license 7HIA515, 8VRW660, 8VRW666. DQFD436 is now in the parking lot of what is the drive-thru of Andy's Burgers, engaging in surveillance with the rest of the people. BLAF841. SOLIS Heart M. Okay? And companies such as Union Pacific, you're talking about what is literally an ongoing, the size of, well, multiple toilet paper rolls of the council facilitation that such companies engage in, which is an unlawful threat. You're talking about what is grounds of federal prison. All right, and this is establishing what is precedent, how you're going to deal with the entity that uses companies to engage in massive facilitation that is threatening your life while you're placed under surveillance by a demon-possessed entity and a government. You're talking about what is the ongoing creation of audible activity while demons like this engage in surveillance at a nearby facilitating venue, and all they're doing is stalking. All right. License making a purchase does not change the fact that you are indeed stalking. 6KMW074 and you're a sex offender. That's how it is rebutting whatever it is that you bought, which is nothing other than proof of your stalking presence. License plate. CB91W88, molesting. 7HZY218, molesting. 57799C3, molesting. 67775W1. 8TTG211, 83598G3, 42819Y1, 4EYR467, 7WCM408, 8SAP377, 26145Z2, 6VQX696, 6VPX777, 4XEL899, 5XMH080, 7T27003, 8EVE266, 8NDP856, 8YJZ327, 7H30729, 7URB752, 8AVL339, 8DAY774, 5UYP596, 8TPZ696, 8PTM026, license 6MUL824, 8KFC269, Ultra Personnel's vehicle, license 8ATY395, 7ZDZ684. Alrighty, it's 8:07 p.m. Alright, molesting, license 8WNN114. Molesting on behalf of the minions at Center Ice Arena who are stalking in the path. Engaging in sexual violence as one, not changing because I went to Upland, California. I'm still documenting the people of the state who reside in Ontario, California at third-party facilitating venue Center Ice Arena. 8LCN336, 8LSG567, 4002OV2. And they're engaging in a molestation while they're inside of the ice arena or hiding around a dark corner waiting to come by and touch. Whatever it is that they're doing right now while I'm reading their license plates, it's a method of documenting the people of the state. I want to be clear, and they are molesting as one while that demon comes around as I'm walking out the parking lot, maintaining presence and maintaining light, touching with light. That's what the objective is, and that's the purpose of that. T604JO. Hold on. T604JO, yeah. And it's massive facilitation while that crackhead-looking, black-faced, demon-possessed stalker in the custody of a minor child, stalking someone and terrorizing somebody else, and then commencing to tell me what I'm going to do with my phone. 44289C1 while he is monitoring me. Okay, the absurdity of it all. Whew. This is about putting Satan in its place. 81658B2. I'm going to create that. You're going to deal with that. That's a prosecution for harassment. Everything that Satan that comes out of that minion's mouth, and that minion represents the government, it's going to serve for that prosecution. 81658B2 molesting, RY23 molesting. That's Nevada. Molesting 8XIS 368 molesting. Coming down through this parking lot at this second in order to touch on me. That's a sex offender. 74748E1 8CMK034 comes to their car to use it as light activity, monitoring with the demon that comes around the corner to molest. That's a sex offender. 3SLD341 8TAK830 78PF854 6UOU506 8JGM607 8MLT197 8BOU214. All right, this is an Asian female that engages in molestation, parks in what is Center Ice Arena. Alrighty, that Asian female, if that's not a natural born citizen, you deport those minions out of the country immediately upon federal prosecution. License, again, that's 8XIS 368 at Center Ice Arena, engaging in that sexual violence and operation for communication device. You can see it. She's got a boy haircut. She's parking, she parks at the property, which is facilitation for the rest of the minions that are monitoring as well. It is 8:11 p.m. License 8GHR 182. 8RDV 860, 8UZV 729, 8YXZ 382, 8CYA 801, 5HUS 472, 55243V2, 7WMX 130. 8YRY656, all of them together engaging in what is that ongoing violation of the person. You're talking about what is not only harassment coming out of the mouth of that demon, that's harassing while you're stalking and monitoring with the state. I'll tell you, boy, idiotic. Anyway, the entity engaging what is assault with a deadly weapon, they're engaging in what is the perpetual sex offense. It's the same entity stalking in the bathroom. All right, and they're engaging in what is that ongoing terrorism while they are perpetually molesting with directed light. Okay, this is the conduct of the perpetual sex offender that is also then harassing while it is stalking you. That's why you're going to be prosecuted as a terrorist, a delusional one. That's a threat to your life. You're dealing with some unbalanced people. Okay, so it is 8:12 p.m. That's relevant to the prosecution as terrorists, while they are engaging in this terrorism on behalf of the government. Stalking in the path with light. I'll give this license plate right now. 8GLA 503. I'm sorry, 8GLB 503. Excuse me. 7UZS 991. 8YXV 112. 7TFC 172. 5ZBO 017. 8TTK 275. 501 SNDY 8WBZ 846. 6VSP 910. 8HVL 483. 8UWM 154. 6KJZ 599. 8REA 973. 8LSZ 390. 6RIM 330. It's 8:13 p.m. VPX 777, 4WNL 161, 8HPT 446, 5XBX 732. Just like you saw this morning under the fake sun, by the way, which was over me as I remained in Ontario, walking, not north of Euclid Avenue, walking what is east on Transit, behind the 150 East Hope building, where the state moved its fake sun from hovering over the front edge of that building to being over me at Lemon in Transit, next to adjacent to the Motor Inn. That's movement of that light source. And as you saw, the Ontario police who were engaging in surveillance, group stalking at the parking garage at the top. This is what they do routinely, engaging in what is presence around me, stalking while amplified audible activity is underway by the provision of what is not actually Union Pacific and not even Union Pacific. You're dealing with demonic conduct. All right, engaging in what is surrounding me with ongoing activity while they are stalking in the manner that you saw today, maintaining presence at the parking garage, pacing up and down the streets, maintaining presence in relevant position while they are literally stalking. That's exactly what you saw today while they come down the parking garage, engaging in what is presence while the fire department was sounding sirens. That's what that was about. All right, as you're listening, I'm not only documenting, you're not only listening, you're paying attention to the environment. What did I tell you about demons? It's not just what they're doing, the moment that they do it. You hear the demons of the fire department start sounding their sirens, and what am I doing at the moment? I told you what I was doing, and I was telling you to pay attention to that. The moment they started sounding sirens is the moment when I turned around and started walking toward the parking lot of the 150 East Hope building. And then moments later, I captured video of what is that directed light, that engineered light that's all over the sidewalk, which is under what is occurring while the fake sun is right over me, over that intersection of Lemon and Transit, which is in conflict with already being over the the Upland Public Library at 8:30 and at 8:21 a.m. All right, and when I'm already in the city of Upland in the parking lot on the bus headed toward what is Pomona, et cetera, et cetera. I've documented this. You've got the light source over me. You see the concrete. It's lit up like a Christmas tree. This is P.O.C. And you have the minion, that is the Ontario Police Department, engaging in what is their customary maintenance of presence, stalking me, maintaining relevant positions in that engineered light under that fake sun. Engineered light remains 24/7. During the day, it's appearing as what is golden, like it's sunlight, and you know that that's not sunlight. That's engineered light. That's the conduct. That is the surrounding of demons who are being documented. Those demons are the Ontario Police Department, and you saw them engaging in surveillance. That's what they do day and night at that very location. Okay, so I just want to remind you of that. That's what the entity is doing while I am being surrounded constantly with what is stalking by the entity and airplanes and helicopters with train activity, with ongoing amplified audible activity. While the demon-possessed entity engages in stalking and surveillance in that regard, just like you said, driving down from that parking garage area. They were stalking in the path while the Ontario Fire Department were sounding sirens. Okay, surrounding me with activity while I was walking in a different direction. The AZKP 577 molesting. That's what that was about. All right, stalkers. Stalkers, the demon-possessed stalk not just physically. The demon-possessed stalk as an entity. The demon-possessed stalk with audible activity. The demon-possessed stalk with simultaneity in those said manners. They stalk with light, okay? And they do it with simultaneity. Why? Because demons know what you're doing. Demons know when they know what's going on with your digestive tract, meaning they can hear it, they can perceive it. You're not dealing with normal people. Okay, this is an abnormality. All right, it is a sickness. It's going to be treated as a sickness of the people. All right, and this sickness is directly attributed, and it's not a sickness that is in any way speaking to insanity or unwillingness. Oh, no. This is evil. That's the kind of crazy it is. Not the I don't know what I'm doing, I'm insane under the law crazy. It's the psychopath, I like what I'm doing, I intend to get away with it and continue it type of crazy. Okay, that's a dangerous crazy. That's a threat to your life crazy. The insanity level of crazy can be a threat as well. But I'm just speaking to what is the knowledge and the ongoing motive and the malice, as opposed to what is insanity, which under the law relieves, and under many circumstances is an argument to relieve responsibility. That is not what this is. The ongoing pattern of conduct of obstruction of justice directly rebuts that and any legally irrelevant claim of that. Because let me tell you something, when prosecution comes down, you're going to hear all kinds of stuff. You talk about Satan that's fighting and kicking and fussing right now. But when that prosecution, which is inevitable, occurs, when it is executed, you're going to hear all kinds of, and it's legally irrelevant. That's why you're going through this, why you're learning now. That's why I'm documenting. That's why I'm letting you witness I'm documenting it, first of all, because the government's engaging in what is an ongoing threat to the life of one who they are monitoring. I'm also documenting because the entity that is engaging in surveillance, which I'm documenting, is a liar. Okay? The entity is engaging in what is criminal activity, which is unprecedented, and you need to witness it. So it's literally occurring. It's happening to me. And so the fact that it's happening to me, it's something that is literally a matter of public information now, as I'm going to prosecute it. And so it's serving that purpose. But with regard to what is, as you're witnessing that process, you're going to hear all kinds of stuff. You're going to hear all kinds of stuff. What are you going to remember? The record. You're going to remember the record. And the record is not only informative with regard to what actually happened as a matter of fact, literally the recitations of facts, the time, the date, and everything that happened. It's also informative with regard to learning about what it is you are witnessing. The demon-possessed. A very real population. Okay? They are a type of people. Literally, they are a type of people. They are not in what our churches. They're not in cults. No. They're a population. They are existing among you. They are seeking to exist and hide amongst the normal and want to engage in what is that appearance, and that is no longer the case. You are capable of readily identifying the demon-possessed in a specific environment and the conduct that they engage in, and you're also understanding what is their motive. They want to engage in what is hiding that demonic activity that they engage in, manifesting light, hiding behind the use of a vehicle to do so. So in other words, the untrained eye, assuming the light you're witnessing, which is impossible when you scrutinize it, it's impossible light activity, and it's not occurring from what that demon wants to hide behind. It's the spotlight on the bike. It's the flashlight that I'm holding in my hand. It's the, I've got my brights on my vehicle. I'm turning on my property lights. It's the motion detector lights. No. It's all I'm giving you are ongoing examples of what demons do. They stalk in the path with light, and you're paying attention to that. You're scrutinizing it. And in addition to what is the audible activity, right? That's called amplification. The actual train is not going to compete with my ability to talk on a phone. All right. It's also not going to be heard inside of the apartment of what sites in your apartments. All right. I would still be able to hear that's. And let me be clear, under ordinary circumstances, which is readily demonstrable, this is not hard to demonstrate. You're talking about what is literally telling their own secrets. Everything that I have said is that which is capable of being demonstrated. And it is relevant to demonstrate it in court because you are speaking to what is going to be the certain and objective evidence and knowledge of anyone to identify the demon-possessed population and the demonic conduct that it engages in. You cannot hear the train. You wouldn't actually, standing on Holt Boulevard and Euclid Avenue, you wouldn't even hear it at all. Because when Metrolink was creeping on the train tracks the other day, like I documented, didn't hear a peep. You don't hear anything like as though the wheels on the metal on the wheels on the actual train tracks itself, like the entity is amplifying right now. It's ridiculously stupid audible activity. You cannot hear that. It's understand you're talking about what is a microphone. And I'm using the term microphone so that you can get the picture in your mind that it's amplified. But you're not actually talking about the use of a microphone. It's demonic. Okay? It's demonic. That amplified sound is demonic. They're not applying a microphone in the airspace to the train. That's not what's going on. It's the conduct of Satan. In the same way that you are dragging a light source over my head, that's the conduct of Satan. All right? The state of California is not keeping like a rope and pulling that light source to keep it over me. No, that's not what's going on. It is the conduct of Satan. These are the demon-possessed. The demon-possessed engage in what is demonic conduct, which they demonstrate while they're driving by in their cars. And that directed light you see on the road, not only is that not the sun that's over me, not only is that not light activity that even would occur if that was the sun. There's no argument for it. There's no form for it. It is demonstrating their demonic conduct. And let me be clear, they engage in that absent any form. There's no form. You're not hiding behind some other explanation which would explain directed light when they're driving their cars. In the same way that they try to use their headlights as the form for what's swiping across the properties onto the sidewalk, even though your headlights are aiming straight and that directed light is necessarily angular, aiming off of the road onto the sidewalk, onto properties, and it's dynamic directed light while the shadows are moving, even though the trees and the objects that you are aiming light on are not moving. But I'll digress. You have what is absolutely no form. Remember, I said the preoccupation of demons is to engage in their demented conduct. They're engaging in the supernatural, but they want to hide the fact that it's just supernatural that you're witnessing by, for example, being in a vehicle or holding a flashlight or being on a bike with a spotlight or using their vehicle like the fire department did. All right, and has nothing to do with that. You're paying attention to the light activity, the light that is resulting around in the environment, and you're seeing, oh no. They're engaging in trickery, all right? That trickery is, it's actually demonic. You're witnessing what is the conduct of demons. And when they're driving by in their cars and you see the directed light moving across on the buildings, as I have captured in hundreds of videos, the demon-possessed are in raw form. There is no conduct that they are engaging in which would be a natural, in other words, explanation for that light activity. It doesn't exist. That is the rawest form of witnessing their demonic activity, and in addition to what is being under the fake sun. Okay? Because there is no explanation, there is no vantage point, there's no angle of light that results for, and what you're witnessing with this direct light, it's always aimed toward me. It's always surrounding me, and it's absolutely impossible light activity. Absolutely impossible. It's one thing to engage in impossible light activity while you're sitting in front of me with a vehicle with your headlights on. It's impossible. And you're able to scrutinize that. You can still see it. All right. You're talking about what they're doing, driving by me, driving around, whether you're driving in the concentrated engineer light or whether you're driving in the shade. It is no explanation. There is no explanation for what is the directed light that comes toward me, backwards toward me, or forward to whatever direction their vehicle is going, and across the buildings and fanning across the asphalt while they're crossing path. There's no explanation for that. Do you understand? There's no explanation for the headlights. I'm not saying that that's explainable, but what I'm saying is the headlights are supposed to be the form, albeit implausible, not addressing the directed light. But still, you're looking at what is their attempt to, oh, this is coming from headlights. When they're crossing path and that directed light is on the building, it's on the asphalt, it's moving across the person, moving all around me, they're in their rawest form. There is no explanation with regard to that. There's no provided any, they're not engaging in any appearance of any form. Do you understand what I'm explaining with that? The demons are preoccupied with providing what is an explanation for what it is you're witnessing. In other words, you would attribute the light that you're seeing on the wall. The untrained eye that's not paying attention to your surroundings would think, oh, that's, there's street lamps, so that's why there's light on the wall. When in actuality, the street lamps are at a distance, or say they're even on the property, and the trajectory of light would be downward. So that's not going to create what is light that is necessarily being aimed horizontally onto the walls of the museum, as I pointed out to you. And it is framing, it's a square frame around the walls of the museum. That's not occurring from any street lamp that is above the building of the museum. And by the way, the museum doesn't even have any street lamps. But I'm pointing out to you the detail that you're paying attention to. And that is what you are necessarily doing. Satan is in the details. Okay? And when you pay attention to that, you are seeing it. All right? And it is necessarily it's not even hidden. It's just subtle. All right? Like I said, you don't have to be some light specialist. These are not super intelligent. You're talking about what are the scum of the earth. To those who call themselves being high class with driving around in, for example, a Porsche, while they're stalking me unimpressed, okay? While they are college educated, okay? Well, so am I, and you are stalking me unimpressed, all right? I want to be clear. The entity is engaging in what is an ongoing existence and wants to blend in, if you will, amongst the ordinary. We are not the ordinary, actually. We are the normal. The demon-possessed are the freaks. They are the abnormality. They are the diseased of the population. They are the cockroaches of humanity. They literally are. And that's based on the conduct that they engage in. They act and conduct themselves as the animals that I regard them as, that I will prosecute as, okay? But I want to be clear, that's based on their conduct. I'm not just calling names. They act like animals. I call them animals. Okay? They engage in conduct of a sex offender. I call you a sex offender. You are what you do, period. And I don't care how old you are. I don't care what race you are. I'm going to prosecute you. I'm going to prosecute you. So like I said, the entity is engaging in that conduct, and I'm just speaking to what is the environment that remains and the way that you are able to witness that when you are paying attention to merely, you're not having to use a microscope, all right? You're not having to it's not hard, it's not intelligent, you're talking about what is just straight up and down impossible. When you ask yourself, well, how does that light actually, where did that light come from? Like, how does that happen? You're witnessing the supernatural, and it's around you all over the place. You just haven't noticed it, okay? And I am like you because I didn't notice it either. And upon becoming aware of it, it stands out. Once you become aware of that, it stands out like a sore thumb. And once you are armed with that, you are capable of knowing. And this is relevant because you are able to prosecute with that same weaponry, that same information, which is objective evidence. It is relevant to use in a court of law, because this is going to what is literally a prosecution for a criminal act. And their condition is relevant to that criminal act. And who they're doing it with, the government. All right, you're doing it on behalf of the government. You're not exercising any First Amendment rights. You are not exercising any religious protections under the First Amendment. None of that exists. You're engaging in criminal conduct. You're doing it on behalf of the government, and you're doing it maliciously. All right, and so this is literally a formula in all the ways in which you are not only capable in your everyday life to know who surrounds you and what you're subject to, and you can do it silently in your own mind. You don't have to tell the whole world that you know that you're surrounded by. It's something for you to know. It's something for you to know with regard to what are those who surround us in everyday life. They live amongst us. That is Satan itself that resides in people, the demon-possessed, and that's very real. Okay, it is currently 8:30 p.m. and I am at what is the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, where I remain subject to ongoing surveillance and stalking by a people. This is P.O.C.